Hey, Chris, where are you? The conference is about to start.
Jerry, what are you talking
Hey, Chris, where are you? The conference is about to start.
Jerry, what are you talking about? It's tomorrow.
Chris, it started about 5 minutes ago.
Stop joking with me. I'll see you tomorrow, Jerry.
Chris, get over here. You're making me look bad.
Wait. Is this for real? Jerry, stop playing here.
Get here now.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just at the front here. Yeah. Thank you.
Uber?
Chris?
Yeah.
How's it going?
Good. Thanks. Do you have an aux cord?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Sorry. Have a great day.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Guys, hi. I'm so sorry for being late. I did not mean to at all. You know, I thought it was tomorrow. I don't know if anyone knew. Did you all see what happened earlier? Me, yeah? Okay. All right. Well, luckily I'm here, a little dirty, but hey, how is everybody? Welcome to Emerge 2017. Oh my goodness, y'all look great today. We're all excited for Emerge. Well, it is an absolute pleasure to be hosting it today. I know I'm a little tardy, but at least I made it, right? My name is Christopher COLETTA, and I will be your host for the rest of the day. And I'm sorry, not sorry, but you're just stuck with it. All right, so for those of you who do not know about Emerge, this is a project that is made by fourth-year students for students, and we're trying to discuss the issues in media and how we're going to improve it for the future generations. So media is constantly evolving, and as a result, the way we engage in different forms of media has shifted. Emerge is taking on Media Rehab this year as a way of recognizing and accepting the past, looking ahead at a brighter future. Following a year of fake news, job loss, and a systematic fixation on likes as a form of affirmation, the mission of Media Rehab is to recognize the state of the current media and to work on rebuilding the public's trust. I think we can all agree that thousands of job cuts in media and confusing fake news stories, it has us freaking out. But today, we're going to intervene. It's that time, everyone. Like, can we just take in all the crappy things that have happened in the last year? Let's just think about 2016, okay? All of the shootings, and we still can't figure out gun control. Harambe, are you kidding me? Trump running for president, Trump becoming president. Scary stuff, people. But it's important for Emerge to address these issues by showing how this generation can and will have a positive influence on the evolution of media. At Emerge, we believe it is important to equip young media professionals with the tools and knowledge that is needed to enter the industry with confidence, adaptability, and drive. So, who's excited to see some speakers today teach us some things about media rehab? Yeah, we've got a lot of great speakers here today. You will learn so much. Now, since we all know the digital world is up and coming, it's basically taking over all of media, and us millennials, I know we hate the word millennials, but us millennials have taken full advantage of all the social media accounts that you can grab. I mean, we have LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram. We have accounts for literally everything. So, I mean, if you don't even have social media, do you even exist? Let's think about it. But please, we want you to take advantage of all the social media opportunities we have today. So I want you to take out your phone, Snapchat anything, Instagram things, tweet, take selfies with everyone, hashtag media rehab, hashtag Emergio. We want to get it trending all over Toronto, maybe even the province, maybe even Canada. Can we do it, everyone? I think we can. So please go ahead and do that. No professor is going to scream at you today. I promise you, this is the one day we accept phones to be out. Just keep your ringtones off because we can't interrupt the speakers here. That's just rude, people. Come on. So, that being said, I'll stop talking for a little while, and I want to introduce you to the person who's made Emerge what it is today, who's helped make Emerge what it is today. We have a lot of people there. The program head of media studies at the University of Guelph-Humber, ladies and gentlemen, Jerry CHOMYN.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm sorry I don't have mud all over me. I'm not quite that dramatic as Chris. Wow, this is so exciting to see you here, and I'd like to welcome you on behalf of the University of Guelph-Humber. It is our real honor to be able to host this event every year, and as Chris alluded, it is not just an event, a conference. For you, you come here, you enjoy it. Hopefully you'll take in a lot of the guest speakers that we have. We have some amazing speakers this year. But you'll also get to meet each other. You'll make some new friends. You'll start networking, which is a big part of the media industry. The other part of this whole event, though, is this is a class. This is a class in progress. This is the capstone course in the 4th year of the Media Studies program at the University of Guelph-Humber. As Chris said, everything that is being done today, the magazine, the videos, the pictures, the organization of this event, the food, the refreshments, everything is being done and organized by students. And I think that's very, very cool. There's a lot of people that think that media is going downhill. Media is on a downslide. And I have to be really, really honest. I'm very critical of the media because I think we need to be critical, we need to be skeptical, we need people to ask questions why the media does things a certain way. We cannot no longer accept that status quo is good enough because media is changing, it's evolving. I tell new students that come to this program, if you're expecting a program that's going to be the same as the one last year, you're in the wrong program. We evolve, we change year after year after year because media is changing. I had a cute little story about my granddaughter. She came up to me, she said, "Papa, how do you like my new phone?" And I said, "Oh, it's pretty cool." I said, "What does it do?" She said, "All I have to do is say the number I want to phone, and it phones for me." I said, "You know, when I was 10 years old, my phone did that too. And I had a person on the other end, an operator that said, 'What number would you like?' And it went through." She said, "Yeah, but you didn't have social media." And I said, "Yeah, we did. It was called a party line back then. There was one phone line and maybe 10, 12 families all shared that phone line. And everybody had a specific ring. But if you were nosy like me as a young person, when you heard somebody else's ring that you wanted to know about, you picked it up because you wanted to hear. And the secret was not to let them hear you breathing. But that was our social media. So I look at the media today, and I was really excited when I saw the theme for this year's conference. Media rehab. Media needs to do that. We need to reboot. We need to rethink. And you are the generation that's going to do it. It's not going to be me. Okay, I grew up when I saw the changes in print, in radio, and television, the introduction of digital, the introduction of the internet. It's your turn. Where's it going to go? Gee, I wish I knew. I'd invest a lot of money if I knew exactly where it was going to go. But one thing I know, the most important thing we do every day is communicate. Communication makes us different than any other species on Earth. And how well we communicate dictates how well we do in life, how well we do as a nation, how well we do as a world. That communication is the essence of who we are and our survival. So today's program is chock full of things. I hope you take advantage of everything. I hope you go into the seminars. I hope you ask lots of questions, because that's what this is all about. I think all of my teachers would agree they really didn't think a lot of me when I was in school, because I was the one with my hand up all the time. Why? How? Why? Why not? Don't be afraid to ask those questions. It's because if media asks those questions, media is going to go and grow and do something again and be significant in everyone's life. So with this Media Rehab Conference, I want to challenge you, every one of you that are in this room. I want you to make media great again. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Don't I clean up well? Thank you. All right, so let's talk about the rest of the day. We've got the introductions already, but I want to let you know what we have offering. So, that being said, you all were given a gift bag. I can see yours right there, merch conference written all over it. We have a bunch of stuff in there, like our chocolate awake bar in there, so if you're still tired, eat that up real quick, because we got a long day ahead of us, everyone, an exciting long day ahead of us. Also, I want to just let everyone know that we have a couple features, like our photo booth TO right over there in the South Atrium. It's so cool. They do 3D photos, and you can make gifts out of it, and who doesn't love a good gift, am I right? So take full advantage of that. We also have DJ Rose Gold up there. Shout out to her. Hey, hey. You can do any song request with her. I'll definitely be requesting Barbie Girl, so if you haven't heard it yet, get ready, DJ Rose Gold. You can DM her with all your requests on Instagram at DJ Rose Gold, DJROSEGOLD. So take full advantage of that. We also have some high school students in the audience. What's up, Bishop Morocco, Thomas Murden? How are you? Represent, where are you at? Are they here? What's going on? Thomas Murden, Bishop Morocco, Thomas Murden. That's okay, they'll make it eventually. We have Our Lady of Mount Carmel Secondary School here. Where are you at? That's what I'm talking about. We're so excited that you can make it out today. We want to make sure that the future generations are making media great again as well. That being said, we also want to remind you that we want you hashtagging EmergeTO and hashtag Media Rehab all day long. Take your selfies, tweets, Instagram, Snapchat, do it all. We want to make Emerge trend this year. Also, we will see all your posts on these screens right over here, one to my left and one to my right. You can find your 5 minutes of fame by doing an awesome tweet, and you'll see yourself up there, and it'll be super cool. That also being said, we have our magazines in the gift bag. If you're confused about the way that today's gonna go, right in the middle is our program showing you exactly what's going to be happening through the day. So you can take a look at all that here. Awesome. And we finally have our breakout sessions happening soon. So we have one of 4 that you can choose from, and we're super excited about them. So the first one you can choose from is Battling Censorship and Breaking the Silence, and that's in room 117, featuring Tadora Pasca, CHOMYN, Alex McKean, Jack Denton, and Rachel Chen from the University of Toronto student newspaper, The Varsity. So look that up. We also have Giving Traditional Media a Twist, Integrating New Strategies in room 111 with Duncan Clark, Vice President of Strategic Development at St. Joseph Communications. And we have the Inside Track to Sports Communication, room 121. And that will be featuring Abby Albino, Communications Manager for Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment. entertainment. And finally, for our high school students, definitely you want to check this one out. Media 101, dispelling myths about the media industry. That will be in room 426. It's a bit of a climb, but totally worth it. We have some great people there, such as Heath Applebaum. We have Patrick Clifford, Kenyon Wallace. We have Nicole Dimson and Laura Arcey, all professors at the University of Guelph-Humber. You will learn so much from them. I know I have in all of their classes. You will love it. So, without further ado, I will just mention that the bathrooms are located over here for the guys and over here for the ladies. And make sure that you check out on all floors. If you're on the second floor, third floor, and fourth floor, you can still get a bathroom break up there. Awesome. And finally, let's break out into our breakout sessions. So, like I said, you can find them all in your Emerge magazine right here. Go right ahead for it. And I will see you all back at 10:15. Have fun today, everyone.
I don't, let me see here. I don't remember all the winners off the top of my head. But there's a press release I can check.
No, don't worry about it. I'm just curious. I
honestly don't remember. There were so many. But yeah, it was really interesting. That was last night. And it was a really great time.
Good. So where are you doing your internship?
At NKPR.
NKPR? Oh, okay.
Oh, you
yeah.
know NKPR? You know.
I know. Oh, yeah. I know it. Yeah. I mean, you wind up. Over the years, you wind up.
Yeah.
You wind up engaging with everybody, right? But,
yeah. After so much experience.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. I hope that you have a big audience. I think you're a favorable one this morning.
The makeup of the audience is going to be students from here, students from high school.
Yeah, so we invite students across, like anybody can come. And we also invite like business professionals and everything, so we might not be all students, but you'll see a majority of students from Guelph-Humber or schools in the surrounding area. We did invite high school students out, but there's a session this morning that we kind of created.
That was Kenny was saysaying, the media 101. I told them I would have had fun being on that one.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Because Kenyon's a professor here. Did he tell you that?
Yeah, he did. Yeah. No, he told you it's somehow. Yeah, I didn't know that. I knew he worked at the Star. That was all. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Welcome.
So are you live streaming every session?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Yeah. I mean, from what I'm seeing, this is better put on than many of the professional marketing conferences that I attend.
Oh, that's a huge compliment. Thanks. Yeah.
Okay. Short. Go ahead, Brad. Are those dogs? They are dogs. I love it. Yeah. Thank you.
Do you go to a lot of conferences? Have you spoken at a lot of conferences?
It's all relative. I usually get one or two a year. It was honestly, I've been my head down with this. I've been at this job for 2 years. I've had my head down the whole time. I realized I'm live mic, so I better not say anything dumb. I just realized that just now. No, I've been heads down on this job for the full sort of 2 years I've been at it, and so more time inside building up the business than outside talking as much as I would enjoy doing. But
now you've built it up.
Yeah, back when I in my previous gigs, I sort of got to a point where I did a lot more. But it's fun to go and do it. I have another engagement in a couple of weeks. So.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
So how long have you been in this role?
A little over 2 years. I started a little over 2 years. I started January 2 years ago. Yeah.
Down? Like back. I'm scared it's gonna like. Right? Yeah, okay, so you're like judging me. Yeah, I understand. I understand. Okay, we're just gonna do this. Now you understand. You're like just in your head, you're probably thinking like, what is wrong with that? Like, is she open? It's like melted. You're like shut. Yeah, so I think that's all.
Good morning. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me to speak here today. I always love coming to campus, speaking to the future of the business. When I was at Mount Royal University, it was called Mount Royal College. It feels like a really long time ago now, but it's been a really interesting 20 years that I've spent, even though I'm not quite yet 40, and that's coming later this year. I'm here to talk today about giving traditional media a twist. And I suppose it makes sense for me to talk about that because it feels like that's what I've been doing for my whole career. My first twist was to make the Calgary Herald hire me as an intern when I was 17. And aside from a 4-month excused absence after Dose Magazine was closed in 2006, I found myself working in big media environments ever since, agitating for change. Today, Though many years after I started working at the Herald, I'm still working in what you might call a traditional media environment at St. Joseph Media. But instead of agitating for change, I'm the person in charge of strategic development. It's my whole job. And we're having some success, some of which I'll talk about here today. But on my way here, I've learned a lot, and a lot of the time from failure. So that's DOSE. It was a bet worth millions of dollars on connecting 18 to 34-year-old Canadians with a daily free national newspaper at the center of the strategy in 2006. That was the en vogue twist in 2006, is a free commuter-based newspaper. Metro was still here, but we lasted 13 months because despite growing brand and audience, we couldn't get to profitability fast enough for our owners. Big bets like that, they tend to be a problem, and they tend to not be grounded in the kind of data that you can find today to help tell you what you're doing, and I'm going to get down into what it is. So I've also been part of some successes along the way. During my time with the digital group at National Post, and this is nationalpost.com today, our team took a tiny afterthought of a website with 100,000 unique visitors and built it into a major profit center, competing head-to-head with national and international competitors with more resources and less organizational upheaval. We basically did it by pluck. A bunch of people who really, really wanted to do it, who were willing to agitate along with me. As you'll see as I go through my talk, that's kind of my theme. The fact this topic's up for discussion today is yet another piece of evidence that nobody has cracked the code for traditional media. That's because there isn't one. There never will be. For some time, it's been clear that there is no magic bullet that will work for the entire traditional industry. Good, okay, good. I didn't know if that would get a laugh. And now, as far as this is a complete success now, as far as I'm concerned. But look, in trying to find one, I think we've forgotten what led to the market successes of the 20th century, at least in the newspaper business. I'm old enough that I was briefly a part of those high times in the mid-90s when profits were so high that I was part of a 10-person team of editorial assistants at the Calgary Herald and happily took paid summer internships every year while I attended journalism school. That's just not there anymore. I believe that success came, at least originally, because news organizations identified a community, provided it with a product and a service that it needed. There are two words there: product, service. Staff of people gathered news and information, and a team of professionals sold advertising to appear alongside it. Then another team of professionals and kids on bikes, who are professionals in their own way back in the day. Now that's not kids on bikes anymore, it's professional companies that do it out of trucks. They delivered that news and advertising to people's doorsteps, which at the time was the best way to get it there. So all of that worked together to add value. Without it, the value offered by a newspaper print publication of some kind, people wouldn't have felt informed. And you can argue all you want about fake news and what's reliable, but perception is what matters, and far too many people no longer perceive that product and service to be of value. It's just the truth. But as we keep banging our heads together, doing things in basically the same structure as always, is it any wonder that what we call traditional media isn't succeeding? Nobody's trying to rework the entire value chain. They're just adapting parts of it and hoping that the rest will fit in somehow. In other words, too many of us are busy looking inward instead of out. The form and our own perceived value of what we do as news organization has often, way too often, become more important than the communities we serve. So, traditional media needs more than a twist from a mindset point of view, in my opinion. I'm going to talk today about what I've learned about how those of you who work or will work in traditional media companies might be able to help those companies get that first word out of the description entirely by focusing now on adding value instead of on the value of tradition. So I want to start by talking about assets. On the business side, the asset has always been the audience. The products we made were our access to that audience, and we sold that asset in the form of space or airtime. But most traditional media organizations can't sell audience at the same efficient pace anymore. Time and space are relative, and platforms like Facebook and Google know more about what its audience is doing and can sell their space more efficiently. But can traditional organizations look deeper at the other assets that it holds and has built? What is it that actually forms the fundamental bonds of relationships with our customers? And can we transform around those bonds? For a traditional media company, especially a news organization, I'd argue that its greatest assets are in fact credibility and authority. This remains true even in the era of fake news and polls that show winning trust in journalists. To a large segment of people, the credibility and authority that built up in those brands remain. One of the big fallacies out there is that traditional organizations have less audience than before. Completely untrue. It has more. It might have less of its time, but it has more audience than it ever has had before. So at St. Joseph Media, we're working with this right now. If you're from here in Toronto, you know that Toronto Life is still a pretty big brand. We put out a monthly magazine that actually increased its newsstand sales in 2015. Our website was named the best designed content product in the country last year. But our growth is coming not from selling more magazines or more ads in those magazines or bringing people to our website, but from events. So Toronto Life as a brand has value, but it more specifically has values in certain areas. One of those is food, which is why in 2015 we held our first Best New Restaurants event. I'm going to show you a video of that. Oop. Okay. Hope you like that music. All right. So what that was is, every year Toronto Life puts out an issue called Where to Eat, named the 20 best new restaurants in the city. What we started doing in 2015 is actually bringing each of those restaurants into a space, have them serve up one dish from their menu, and then putting them together and selling tickets to readers to come to, or to anyone to come to this event. It's, by the way, that maple water, if you haven't tried it, that's delicious. Look, our ability to put on these events, to get these restaurants on board, sell hundreds of tickets, create an amazing atmosphere, it comes from the credibility and authority that we've developed over the years with our content. So while we're making that content and getting it in people's hands, their trust in us continues. Our editorial team works together with event specialists to do this, and importantly, it's also a diversified revenue stream, sponsorships and ticket sales. It shows value on multiple layers. And importantly, event actually expands our credibility and authority. It extends our relationship with people in real life, which is the most powerful place you can do that. And again, this is an idea that can scale. So working with Sonos and Spotify, we put on a smaller food event, but a similarly impactful event recently, bringing together a select group for what we called the coolest dinner party ever. Get another video for that. Oop. That's no good. So what that was a private dinner party at the home of our publisher. There was the chef from Aloe, the people who organized it were the people behind Charlie's Burgers. And you get a select group of people in, and what they were asked to do was put their favorite Canadian music on a Spotify playlist, and it was played with Sonos speakers throughout the house. So we work with partners, we get a select group of our readers, and we add value in the middle of that equation. Smaller food event, but it's the sort of thing, again, you can do on a regular basis with lots of different partners. It can scale. So we're building a new business around our asset, and we're learning more about the people who care about us, and in some cases, building new data sets. And we're replicating this in other areas where we carry our authority. Toronto Life readers in print and online have come to expect a sharp focus on real estate. And given historic growth and now historic public intervention, the interest in our opportunity has never been higher. So just last week, coincidentally on the exact same day that the city and province announced new measures to manage housing costs in the city, we held a sold-out panel discussion on Toronto real estate, moderated by Toronto Life's managing editor of special projects, Miriam Sinati. She puts out our annual real estate issue as the editor. This is a content play with multiple revenue streams capitalizing on our authority in this area. Strategy is not limited to just Toronto Life. At Fashion Magazine, we've launched a popular product that sees us produce store openings. This one at the Madge Boutique at Yorkdale Mall. Our teams make all the arrangements, ensure the right people are invited, and our editorial teams participate in a trends presentation at the store. And this is, again, an important product because it can scale. We're offering a service that has elements that are simple to replicate, but in the middle of it offers something that is unique to us. Again, our credibility and authority. There's a second way we're doing this as well. As a company, we've developed this ability to put out great products across the board in many different ways. As it turns out, there's a market for that. So 3 years ago, we opened Strategic Content Labs, which is our in-house consultancy and agency. So we're historically known as a magazine company, so perhaps it's no surprise that we're putting out magazines. Include AMA Insider, the magazine of the Alberta wing of the Canadian Automobile Association, and the largest circulation magazine in the entire province. But in the travel category, we're also the publishers of Wear magazine. If you've been to a hotel, you've seen that magazine that sits on your stand. We publish that across the country. So we've also built content strategy programs for Pearson Airport and secured a contribution under the Canada 150 Fund to produce Passport 2017, Canada's portal for everything to do with this year's sesquicentennial. For this bilingual project, we built a database, a public events entry platform, apps for iOS, Android, and a website aimed at people across the country celebrating the sesquicentennial. Look, I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about this strategy because while we're doing things differently than many others and it's led to a lot of success, we're hardly alone in the media world building out an in-house agency. But I will say that I look at what we're doing with that agency maybe a little differently and a way that isn't necessarily discussed all the time. Part of the reason this is a good thing for a traditional company to do is to support and ensure the ongoing development of the traditional practice of journalism and the evolution of journalism products. When we go out in public and offer these services, a tremendous amount of our credibility comes from our capability of creating long-term relationships with our readers. If we break that trust by producing something of less value or something less credible, it then in turn hurts the agency business as well. They are stronger together, and they're an asset that isn't just held in talent. Done right, they become symbiotic and sustainable. So I want to move on to an idea that's a little bit more granular and speaks to thinking about adding value at the audience level. So let me say there's nothing more worn out to me than the sections of a newspaper. There was a time that these divisions made sense. That was when the technology, the printing press, meant you had to operate in this certain fashion to separate into sections. And that led to this, art, sports, business, travel. Had to appeal to everyone who might live in your market because you had the limit of space. But we all know that nobody in our country needs a printed product to be informed now. They might want it, but they don't need it. And you can get niche and specific information on a topic of your choosing at any time. So what exactly is arts or sports or perhaps the most egregiously named section in the history of newspapers, you? So this is in every post-media newspaper across the country. And it's a value judgment. I mean, how many people in this room looks at this and goes, yes, one of those 3 top stories definitely reflects me. It's a news organization essentially declaring that they know what's important in the entirety of an area of subject matter and trying to prove it every day in the middle of historic talent losses. So it's just not possible, and it says all the wrong things. Today, you can get the most niche, as I said, you can get the most niche and specific content that you actually want anytime, anywhere. And yet, here we are, and a huge number of traditional news organizations continue to organize their content everywhere the same way on its online platforms as it would have been before. You go to a news website, you see those same sections: arts, life, sports, news, business. So look, if you buy into this idea that general interest just doesn't exist anymore, that it's dead, that you can't categorize like you did in the past, how do you decide what to do? So I've been leaning on this one anecdote for several years, ever since it was passed along to me by Jeff Jarvis. So you probably know who Jeff Jarvis is if you've been in a journalism program. He's a teacher at CUNY, one of the leading thinkers on the future of journalism. And when I was at Postmedia, he was on our advisory board. And so we were in a meeting, and he tells this story that he's repeated a lot of times. So he's at the Davos convention, and he overhears a conversation between a certain famous publisher from a certain very big company in the East Coast, and you can guess who it is, it doesn't really matter. And he's begging Zuckerberg, how do we own a community? How can our newspaper do this? And so Mark Zuckerberg says, you can't. You're asking the wrong question. Communities already exist, and the question you should ask is, how do you help them do what they want to do better? Oops. So this was kind of our guiding light as we opened something called Postmedia Labs. This was in 2012. When we launched, we described our mission this way. With the full support of Postmedia, we're creating a small office in Toronto to launch a series of experiments to test different ideas of what a news organization can be. Our goal, we want to transform our city by inspiring everyone to share their expertise. We'll begin by humbly embedding ourselves in communities of interest and see if we can add value. Okay, so we had projects in Toronto, which would focus on serving the community of food lovers, and a mirror in Edmonton, where we would go on to develop a community for small business owners. So it was May 2012, and in less than a year, each of these efforts would have thousands of members and numerous sponsors. So going back to what that was, I've got a video that describes what our community in Toronto was at the time. Ooh, that is way too loud. I can't control volume. Oh, video can't be played. Wow, that's unexpected. Okay, well, I'm not going to be able to show it to you. I'll describe it instead. What we asked people to do was we sent them on a weekly mission. So we told them, this week we want you to eat chocolate. And then they would go out to a restaurant or somewhere else, buy something that was chocolate, and then share that experience with us. It ended up being almost entirely on Instagram with the hashtag gastropost. And in turn, we would go through the list of those hashtags. Everyone who joined us as a member, they joined us as a member, so they signed up and they were part of so we were able to follow them as they went on their adventures every week. We would select about 80 or 90 of them and actually put them in the pages of the newspaper. So this grew really fast. We wound up with tens of thousands of members, and we expanded to 4 other markets. People loved the validation of being in the newspaper. They loved the idea that they could have a new part of their experience as food lovers, and they loved that they were being celebrated just for doing the thing that they loved. So, I love to tell a story. A lot of people, as soon as we launched this, people are like, when are you doing recipes? When are you doing recipes? And our answer was always, we're not going to do recipes because there are recipes everywhere. We're not adding any new value by putting recipes in the pages. We are adding value by sharing people's experiences. I mentioned we had a mirror project in Edmonton, so that's called Capital Ideas. So we took the same idea of adding value to a community and did it in a different way. So we focused on the community of entrepreneurs in Edmonton, which is a very entrepreneurial city, and also a very proudly individual city. Being an Edmontonian means a lot. I'm from Calgary. I know the stuff about Alberta, and Edmonton has a very strong self-identity. Well, we add value for them by bringing together this community of small business owners and giving them a forum to share their struggles and successes. Literally right in the offices of the Edmonton Journal. We brought them into the paper every single month and had 4 members of the community on stage to talk about a specific topic. We also asked them to share their experiences every week and then publish those in the paper on a page like you'll see there. And look, a tremendous amount of what we did with each of these projects was break convention. So putting amateurs in the paper and investing in making them the focus on their terms, not on ours, was at the middle of it. The value we could add for people in the community was take what they were doing and make that situation just a little bit better. We celebrated their expertise and shared it widely. What we got in return was loyalty and true interaction that drove value for our members and gave us ongoing valuable data through their behavior. Data far deeper than what you can gather from a website visit or from a subscriber roll. Gastropost lasted until just a couple of months ago, despite the fact that product development essentially ended when our core team left, and drove revenue to a place that had long gone away for most newspapers in packaged goods. So we had brands like Kraft and Unilever putting food products in the paper. That had died years ago. Capital Ideas, in the meantime, remains a true success story, and essential to the connection and community that exists between the business community in Edmonton and in Calgary, were expanded to after a year. They have a long-term partnership with ATB Financial, and instead of the Edmonton Journal and Calgary Herald just covering the small business community, they are a part of that community, adding value in a way that's unique to them. So I'm not suggesting that organizations can transform entirely with projects like this. In fact, it's the opposite. The reason these communities are drawn to an organization like ours at St. Joseph Media or to a Postmedia paper is because it continues to earn the credibility and authority I talked about through news gathering. But in the case of reflecting the behavior of a community, I'm certain that exploring new forms of connection and reflection is now an effort requiring continuous thought and improvement. So back at St. Joseph, this is what we're trying to do. At Toronto Life, I already talked about how we're engaging with the food community, but for each community, you have to take a unique approach. A big part of learning how to add value is product thinking, looking at making your connection a design challenge and embarking upon solving problems, asking hard questions about everything you do, and you have to find a way with data to validate your efforts. So you might have heard of 1236, our daily newsletter. When it started, so this is actually not branded Toronto Life, but it's put out by the team that surrounds Toronto Life. So when it started, we decided to create a product to serve to downtown Toronto media junkies. People had an enormous fear of missing out, but might be stuck at their desk all morning. We also thought this was a real community because of the way it engages on social media. In the past, our strategy might have been for us to hire an editor and start covering that area in some way. This is not necessarily a bad thing, but it's also not necessarily going to be what a group wants or needs, and you could argue it's already being done by a lot of different organizations. And if our measurement of success was traditional page views, visits to the website, letters to the editor, it would be difficult to convert into a business because these are declining markets. So we were out to solve a unique problem. And the obvious solution was an email newsletter, naturally released at 12:36 every weekday. 1236.ca if you want to sign up, it's fantastic. But rather than assign a writer to this and fire away, we put together a team. So the writer we did bring in and the brain behind this is a guy called Mark Weisblot. There's nobody like Mark in the city because absolutely nothing in this area escapes his attention. Like he's got 5,000 Google alerts and he's on Twitter like somehow 22 hours a day. But importantly, he was paired with my colleague David Topping, the digital strategy and product manager for Toronto Life, an editor by the name of Steve Kupferman, and our web manager Adam Campbell, who manages our email products. So they worked as a team. We started with a hypothesis that a newsletter called 1236 and focused on this community would make sense. And then we set out to grow using strategies employed in the lean startup approach. Each day and each week, we would test individual hypotheses about the product. What if we changed the tone of the subject line? Would more links draw more clicks? More items? Fewer? Each of these were tested against key metrics like open rate and shares. In the meantime, we were testing how to let people know about it. Facebook, search ads, Twitter ads, organic social, everything's on the table. But we isolated each test against a specific objective so we could know whether what we were doing was going towards where we needed to be. All of this was possible because we had a team of people collaborating, again, knowing short and long-term objectives. The outcome is a newsletter that hits the sweet spot with our audience. It's opened by between 50 and 60% of the people who receive it every day. The list of people who receive it is right in exactly the audience that we want it to be. And it's generating revenue through a new kind of ad that we hadn't sold before, an ad designed by the same team. So rather than it be a display ad or something that doesn't feel like it fits, it's written in the same tone and manner that the rest of the newsletter is fit, right in the middle of the newsletter itself. The entire process also put into place an institutional discipline around launching newsletters. Again, this is how things can scale. That led to the launch and growth of additional new newsletter products, such as The Hunt, which is our real estate newsletter, going back to where we can add value to a specific community, which has gone through a similar product development effort. So, in the end, I think what this is about, institutional discipline, which, when done right, helps drive institutional culture. As I've discussed, there's something to protect in a traditional media organization, but you have to be aware that how you use your assets is, and always will be, a moving target. Journalists, as skeptics, can drive this the best way they know how, by asking questions and being creative. At the top of this list of questions are these big picture ones I talked about. So what are the assets that your organization has built with a long-term relationship it's built with its audience? What are the communities we serve? And how can we help them do what they want to do better? How can we test the work we do to make sure our products are adding value? So I won't pretend any of this is easy. Tradition is hard to break. I know people thought I'll put in my description that I was coming to talk about digital strategies. There's no such thing as a platform-specific strategy that's going to work. You have to look outward at the communities you serve, at the people who are going to be consuming what you create, or the people you're going to even better have a relationship with, and find out what they want and how they want to do it. It has nothing to do with digital or print or anything else. I said tradition's hard to break. Institutions become institutions for a reason. People are naturally risk averse. Transformation is tough. This I know because I've tried. I said I failed a bunch of times. At St. Joseph, I'm lucky. We're small. We're privately owned. We're small in comparison to Canada's largest privately held media company, but in comparison to the big ones, we're nimble, and we have an entrepreneurial and motivated leadership group with which we're making great progress. So some of you here might be inside a traditional media organization, and some of you might think you'll be there someday. So I urge you to aim to give it more than just a twist. What this business really needs is people who are agitating for change. They need it all the time, thinking the right way and thinking about how to add value. So if you're thinking about doing that, the worst case scenario is that you forwarded the practice of media, and the best case is that you can transform a company. And no matter what, it's way more fun. So thank you very much. Happy to take questions and appreciate you paying attention today. Thanks. Yeah, sorry.
That
name's Lori Bonahunt, and I'm the Director of Media Relations at the University of Guelph.
Great.
And a former print journalist back in the day, the late 80s and early 90s, when it was one deadline a day, there was the printing press, there was a section, there were the people who delivered the paper, and the world has completely changed, especially in the States, which is where I'm from. So, so much of everything that you talked about, I'm sitting here nodding with my colleague, thinking, yeah, that's not a problem. And so I'm interested to know, especially with the National Post, in terms of what sort of prompted people to realize, that the change was necessary. Because at a university, it's even worse than a newspaper.
Sure.
Things are changing, but there's a huge resistance for change. And in the newspaper industry, there's been a bit of we must reinvent ourselves or die in this changing market. In universities, there's sort of a thought that, well, we probably should change, but we're not going to die. We're still going to be here. So I'm curious at the Post, what was it that finally was the push to get people to decide that we need to look beyond our traditional sections and we need to start making some changes?
And it was finally, so I joined the Post I mentioned before we relaunched the website in 2006, and I was kind of a part of like a two-man department. My first job was to go and talk to every single person in the newsroom and ask them what they thought we ought to do digitally. And there was a lot of institutionalized belief in the way that things are done towards that deadline, that anything that broke that, this is 11 years ago now. It feels like a lot longer than that. There's just this substantial institutional belief that the way they did things was right. It was how they were taught. It's what led to their success. They got to that point. And it's true. You're working at the National Post. You've had a lot of success. Especially the people who had been there from launch and had seen it through its biggest glory days when it first started. And to tell you the truth, it was a bit of a slow burn. It wasn't like there was an aha moment for people. We knew that the big catalyst for this, that was part of the strategy, was going to be able to get control of the website itself and give a publishing platform to the newsroom. So, the one thing that really changed the game for us, and we fought for this inside the company, was giving the actual web CMS to the actual editorial staff. So I'm not talking about them being able to publish live, but them being actually use it, right? And there was this whole thing. This is only 2006. There's this whole entire company built up against that. No, we have these website people and we have these other people, and they're going to send their copy to them, and then they're going to edit it and put it online. If you can't think and look through how the whole process works, it's hard to make it real. So we fought really hard to get a really accessible, simple content management system into the newsroom. And when that finally got there, you started to see people who you thought would never change go, oh, this is how I can participate. And that was the biggest thing. Social media, and in particular Twitter, I love Twitter, I always have. I think, I do believe that Twitter is a lot more important to journalists than it is to just about anybody else, and so as a result, it can actually get people distracted. But it served a really good purpose back in the day, which is getting people into engagement with other readers, even if it wasn't always civil at first, to at least understand that there is a constant conversation going on out there. I'd say those are the two things that really got it going. At Strategic Content Labs, we've done some work with universities. And I found that same approach still matters. That you need to give, if you're talking about, how to transform the way that, an entire faculty can get their message out to the public, you need to, give them access to the new forms of communication to make it work. No? Hi. Yes, okay, yes.
I have to say, I talk a lot about you guys, you and Chris Tyndall, and the work that you did at Post Media Labs. It's probably my favorite Canadian media product experiment of the last decade. I think that you just did incredible things, and you've inspired a lot of what we've been able to do in the program here, because I've taken small germs of, and I worked with Derek Chesney, who took over from you.
Right, yeah.
I guess not the same energy from the organization at that time, but I think that they've had other problems on it.
Yeah, I left, I can explain that, but yeah. Oh yeah, sure, yeah, so I left I wasn't there. I left almost 2.5 years ago. And Derek is fantastic, and I think he took it as far as he could before he chose to leave to go into PR. Companies in upheaval are really hard. There's no, when I say Postmedia, it was in upheaval then, it's in upheaval now. This is no secret. They pursued, when we were starting Postmedia Labs, they were pursuing the 4-platform strategy, which did not work. They put a lot of energy into a tablet application. And then later on, the Toronto Star did the exact same thing, even though it didn't work for them. Trying to homogenize the way news was delivered across the country in an effort to find a more efficient way to produce news. So what we were doing, it was intentionally started small. I really believe that's how you have to do things like this. You can't, when you start big, again, I mentioned it off the top, you're taking a big bet, and big bets are challenging to succeed against because you can't gather the data you need to understand whether what you're doing right fast enough. That was Dose, right? So we did Dose in 2006, millions of dollars put into this thing. We hired a staff of 80. We put out a daily newspaper in 5 cities. I was hired as the deputy editor. I was the second editorial hire, and I was hired January 2nd. Moved from Vancouver to Toronto. We launched the paper April 3rd. It was bananas. And so tons of money, huge bet, and it took us a while to get our feet under us. We started to connect with people, but your burn rate when you have that much staff is only going to be something you can sustain for so long, even at a big company. Postmedia Labs was small, but we had, our numbers were all pointing in the right direction. It's just that you get caught up in the inertia of where our company is going. And, I don't think this is always going to be the case. I still believe strongly in what that was. Capital Ideas is still doing a lot of great things. And it's a challenging business. I've always looked at, when I do something, I always hope that the work that we're doing can contribute to the larger practice of media, practice of journalism as a whole. I still proud of what I did Postmedia Labs to this day. And the people who worked on that project, Chris basically runs the content management system for BuzzFeed. Leora Katz, who's another member of the team, just ran product for a company called Checkout 51 for 4 years, is moving to LA. There's the alumnus of Postmedia Labs are all doing incredible things. The alumni of Postmedia Labs are all doing incredible things. I'm sorry, but I interrupted you. I don't know if you had another question.
Well, you answered probably a better question than I had, because it's a very inspiring thing that students can't get into a big organization, but they can be part of something small, even if it doesn't last forever. It creates a skill set that you can take out into the world.
Absolutely, and Postmedia. Look, I don't think there's many companies that would have given us the chance Postmedia even did. We were able to open up a separate office in the middle of the company, doing a strategy that was completely separate from the primary company strategy at the time. That was an incredible opportunity, and we were extremely fortunate to have been given the chance. And I think we built something that they're still able to use today. Small, but again, we all learned a lot out of it. Journalism is no different than anything else. There's no jobs now where you're going to start somewhere, work a long career in that job, and then retire happily. I think, again, when I talk about encouraging people to be agitators and try new things, it's part of a small thing. If it doesn't work in that place, you're going to be better off taking the new skills and using them elsewhere than you would be if you hadn't done it at all. It's look, I'm no savant, but I honestly I just can't help myself. I ask hard questions in newsrooms. I started when I was 17. Why are we doing it this way? Why are we doing it that way? And before you know it, I was redesigning the stock pages of the Calgary Herald when I was 19. And it's just because I kept asking questions about why the stock pages weren't produced so well. So you get opportunity by sort of sorting out what it is that you can contribute and thinking about the sorts of things I talked about during my talk. That's my opinion anyway. Yeah. Hi. Yeah.
Thanks for a very interesting presentation, first of all.
Thank you.
I just wanted to go back and better understand the Sonos Spotify event that you
Sure.
held. I have a series of questions that are all related.
Okay. Yeah.
Firstly, what kind of people were invited to attend the event, and what were you hoping to achieve by hosting it? And was it successful in your opinion?
Sure. Yeah. It was. I'll go to the last one first. It was definitely successful. We were able to produce something that generated revenue and created a great experience for the people who were in attendance. And we forwarded our relationship with 2 key businesses in Sonos and Spotify, but also with the people in attendance. So so the way the people who came, so we encouraged our audience to actually submit why they should be in attendance at that event. One of the winners actually built a whole website about why they should be there. They were so interested in it. Again, we partnered with the best. Aloe is the hardest restaurant to get a reservation in the city. Charlie's Burgers is known for putting on the best pop-up food events in the city and has been for many years. So we had these contest winners. We also invited people who they might want to be there with. So, Dave Bedini from the Rio Statics was one of the people in attendance. So he could talk to music, which of course was one of the key focuses of the event. It was the first time we did that specific kind of thing. So another reason I would consider it a success is it helps form the structure of how you would do it again. We're constantly thinking about, you don't want to create things you can only do once, because that's really expensive, right? Like you don't want to get caught in thinking about everything being scalable, but you certainly want to think about how you can make something scalable, because that's how you build a sustainable business. Yeah, sure, yeah. That's great, yeah.
So in terms of, those two events caught my attention as well, the dinner party and also the best restaurant. Because one of the ideas that's sort of been floating around our university as of late, because we're just completed a very long communications audit, so we're now looking at some of the suggestions and how we might actually do them with our very small staff. One suggestion.
If we can help you with Strategic Content Labs, please give me a call. Yeah.
One of the suggestions from the audit that was done by an outside Toronto agency was to create events and moments, such as what you talked about. But the big difference being that, of course, Toronto Life is a media outlet. You're selling your brand, which is, as you said, is underpinned with the prestige that you have and your reputation. So, but the events that they're suggesting for us would be similar type of events, but the goal is to attract media coverage. And so I'm wondering, do you believe that events such as that, if they're put on by groups, say a university, are they actually of appeal to media, or is that, to me, as again the traditional news reporter, I can't imagine why any newspaper agency or television or magazine would send someone to cover such an event. Do you see those kind of events more of a social media attraction, or people tweeting themselves and their dish? I saw people taking pictures of their food on the plate because it was so beautiful.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious about your
Yeah, that was another reason why that event was a success. Like, people were talking about it on social media all night. I mean, that helps to get the word out, and that's a good point. Yeah, that's part of our thinking, obviously. There's a lot to that question. Because you're talking about two completely different audiences, and attracting media to anything is more difficult than it's been in the past, because media is making, the traditional media that I keep speaking about here has to make more specific decisions about the sorts of things it spends time on. I would argue that, and PR professionals such as yourself, get to know the people who are covering your area and try to create the relationship that's being compelling enough to go, like, no, you need to be here for this reason. A lot of what I think it's more of a mix now, where you have an opportunity to not just think about that audience, but about being the messenger yourself. So, the gateway of media is not the only gateway that's out there. I think it can be a key one, but it has to be thought of strategically through your entire communications lens. So if you're focused on, and I would even go as far as to suggest that, you've got to think about the role that it plays specifically in what you want to get out there. So when you're creating an event, if you want the media there to give it credibility and authority, to say, oh, the media decided to cover this, therefore it must be important. You ask yourself if you can accomplish that, and if you can't, is there another way to get there? There's another way to figure that out. One of the things that an institution like a university or college has is it does have, and again, everything's challenged right now, but it does have its own inherent credibility and authority. There are professors here who are top experts in their fields, who can speak to things in a way that, that if presented correctly to the right people, can spread the word in lots of different ways. I look at, the people, especially at an institution like this one that has a big communications program, like your ability to work within that group and scale out. Like, there's a PR program here, scaling out, experimenting on how to get that word out. I mean, you've got a built-in structure that can help do that. The last thing I'll say to that is it's a moving target, right? So if you're thinking about how to serve the community on an ongoing basis, you're gonna have to go out and find out. When we were at Postmedia Labs, we talked about embedding in a community. So we thought about who it was we wanted to work with, and then we go out and spend time talking to them with no agenda, other than, like, let's learn more about you so we can figure out how to do it. I think that's smart across the board. And with that, you're getting a combination. I just don't think you have to necessarily have the media as part of that equation. And if you do, you need to know exactly what role it's playing.
Any last questions? Great. Well, thank you, Duncan.
Well, thank you.
This is for you on behalf of the Merge.
Thanks.
Thanks for everything.
Appreciate it.
No problem.
Thanks. Okay. Thank you.
up. You can find some seats. I see some empty ones still, so find a seat, and we will keep this show going. So, with that being said, in your program, it does say that we have a keynote speaker session happening right now, and you are going to love it. It better, not even better, it's gonna be amazing. Nora Young is the host and the creator of Spark, a national radio show and podcast about technology and culture, which airs on CBC Radio. She was the founding host of CBC Radio's Definitely Not the Opera, where she often discussed topics related to the new media and technology. Her work has also appeared online, on television, and in print. As a journalist, author, and speaker, Nora explores how new technology shapes the way we understand ourselves and the world around us. Her book, The Virtual Self, on the explosion of data about our behaviors, thoughts, and opinions, and actions. She's a casual blogger, a committed hobby podcaster. Please welcome Nora Young.
Hi. Very excited to be here. Thanks for inviting me. I am super impressed with all of the stuff that you guys have done. I think the topic that you have set up for today is just really obvious. It's highly topical. It's top of mind for everybody in media. Actually, interestingly, today there was an announcement that Jimmy Wales, the creator of Wikipedia, is launching something called Wiki Tribune, which is a citizen journalism co-production to kind of check, quote unquote, fake news. So highly topical indeed. I'm going to talk for a little bit, and then I hope we're going to have some questions at the end. I'm also going to be hanging around if you want to just buttonhole me about anything. I'm totally open to, you know, practical conversations about careers and journalism and media and stuff like that. So my goal today is to sketch out something that I'm calling the data boom, which is basically the explosion of bottom-up shared data and, from a media perspective, content unfolding over, say, the next 2 to 4 years. So I'm going to start by talking about what I mean by this idea of the data boom, what is information and the media landscape that we're all moving into, and then I'm going to look at what that means for the media ecosystem that we find ourselves in, and then finally how we actually respond to that and continue to make careers from here on in, because whether you're just starting out or whether you've been at it for a long time, there's a huge amount of change going on, and also I think some really interesting opportunities. Okay, so first of all, what do I mean by this idea of the data boom? So really I'm saying it's one where mobile technology, personal data generation, smart cities, the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and the explosion of user-created media open up a new world for us. New possibilities for media and for citizen engagement, because we're not just seeing an increase in the amount of data that we're all producing, we're seeing a change in the culture as a result of this data boom. So when this data boom gets talked about, we usually use the buzzword big data. Who's heard this term big data before? Okay, a few people. So conventionally when we talk about big data, we're talking about these data sets that are so huge that they can't be managed by traditional computational tools. So as an example, Walmart processes 10 million purchases per day, and they look for correlations in the data so that they can plan. But I think, so that's one way of thinking about big data, but I think when we think about big data in this way, as 10 million purchases that we make, we lose sight of the human dimension of it, because most of this data is actually coming from us. It's all those Pop-Tarts that we buy and all of the individual tweets that we put out and photos we share on Instagram and all of that. And if we treat it as this kind of big data abstraction, we sort of risk losing track of the very human aspect of data. And what is it that we do as people in media if not engage in the human story at the heart of society? So I want to start from the simple and the personal and build up into kind of a broader picture by looking at how individual citizens, you and me, are generating data, and then put that into the broader context. So one of the data trends is just mapping the physical body. So who has something like a Fitbit or an app on your phone that you use to track your activity? I do, lots of us do. So you probably, even if you don't have it yourself, you probably know somebody who tracks their bodily activity and uses metrics to judge, how they should be living their lives, or they should be getting more exercise, etc. Unsurprisingly, these devices are more popular amongst people in their 20s and 30s than older, but that's starting to change and is becoming increasingly more popular. So technologies that were once used only in medical contexts or for elite athletes are now just kind of everyday tools for weekend warriors or for people who just want to know more about how their bodies are operating, thanks to cheaper electronics, the smartphone app boom, and cheap data storage. So if you're a user of these tools, the bad news is that the jury is still a little bit out on whether they actually help you get fitter and more active, but nonetheless, they are getting more popular. So that's one area of data generation, is just the physical tracking of what we're doing. But increasingly, that's extending to tracking our mental states and our mental health as well. So they're not only monitoring self-reported data like mood, but they're also using their smartphones as sort of passive monitors. So you have something like this, Ginger.io, and what it does is it uses a combination of people reporting their mood and how they're feeling, but also the metadata that comes off of their smartphones. So it tracks things like, you know, how many text messages you're exchanging, or how much you're moving around, because things like social isolation or not moving around a lot are associated with depression. So it uses that kind of metadata as a way of capturing a picture of what your mental health is. And I want to flag this aspect because it points to a couple of issues that we're going to see come up again and again in this new data boom world, which is first that there's both the opportunity to see correlations and make inferences based on data, but also there are risks in making assumptions about what the data is telling you. And also that the way data is gathered in one context, you know, on your smartphone just to help you accomplish tasks, can be used in quite a different context, in this case for mental health, for good or for ill. And increasingly, we're starting to see all this individual health data, whether it's physical health or mental health, coming together and being aggregated. So Google has this health project called Verily, and they just announced, in fact, that they're looking for 10,000 volunteers to agree to be tracked for years wearing health data sensors in a bid to find correlations that could lead to new insights about cancer and heart disease. So that right there is a perfect example of the relationship between the individual data that you and I are generating and the big data insights that can be gathered as a result of bringing all that data together. So that's what's going on with our physical bodies. But then there's also this idea of just bottom-up reporting on our lives, your experience of the world around you. So that might be something like customer service reviews on, you know, Yelp or TripAdvisor, tracking things like the TV shows you watch on Netflix, not necessarily because you particularly want to track, but just because it gives you better movie and TV recommendations. And while this kind of data is inherently what's called messy, it's highly subjective, it's not tightly curated, there's a lot of focus right now on extracting useful insights from this type of data. So things like sentiment analysis to make sense of tweets and Facebook posts. And as our online experience becomes increasingly visual, more and more of the data that we share is visual. This is an incredible stat I came across recently. People watch 1 billion hours of video per day on YouTube as of the end of February. Just let that sink in for a minute there. So that visual stuff is going on, and then there are the numbers of videos and photographs viewed on Facebook, images we watch on Snapchat, Instagram, and more. And it's increasing all the time. And until recently, all those videos and still images have relied on people tagging images with relevant data, with hashtags, or on the presence of automatically generated metadata like location information. But as image recognition and facial recognition start to take off, more and more of those visual images will be identified automatically, which is intriguing and also kind of scary. So as we think about what people's appetite for information is as you head into your media careers, you have to think about this extraordinary shift towards visual media. So I see this in my own work on Spark, which is a podcast and a radio show, but how content gets shared in social media is overwhelmingly video. So even though we make an audio product, we have to refashion everything we do into video and text and images in order to help it spread through social. So it can be highly visual, or it can be something that's understood briefly in a couple of sentences, or it has something like a compelling narrative, like a short film. So even if you're not dealing with the visual, you have to think about your story selection along those kinds of lines. You know, there's a recent survey from the people at Data and Society, which is a really interesting think tank. They did interviews with young people between the ages of 14 and 24 about their use of digital media. And one of the takeaways is, first of all, that the people surveyed have an extremely low level of trust in conventional news media. And that B, they see video, and in particularly live video, as more reliable because they see it as less amenable to being monkeyed around with. So that's sort of an interesting aspect of how data is becoming more and more visual. At the same time as this image recognition is improving and we're making this turn to visual, there's incredible activity in the mapping space right now as more and more of our online activity takes place using our mobile devices, and more of the data that we're producing is tied to actual physical locations. So from a commercial point of view, that's obviously happening because there's a huge marketing opportunity in tying marketing to real physical location. But beyond the commercial reasons for wanting online behavior to be tied to physical location, the democratizing of map making means we're actually encouraged to annotate the world around us. So the oldest map still in existence is this one. It's a map of ancient Babylonia from the 6th century BCE. Map making is a deeply fundamental part of who we are. And for the longest time, that's been this tightly curated, top-down kind of thing that is now becoming much more of a kind of bottom-up experience as it's going to become cheap to free to actually do map making. So this, I don't know if you can see this, this is a platform called OpenStreetMap. It's an open source mapping platform. This is Kibera, the largest informal community in Nigeria. And you can see that if you can see this, people are actually able to annotate their communities because it's a community that didn't have conventional streets and street numbers. What this allows people to do is to literally put themselves on the map, right? To annotate and make their world concrete bottom up, which is a pretty interesting and powerful tool. And as I say, it's open source. It's the kind of thing that anybody can use. So mapping tools open up for us new narrative possibilities as people in media. I've seen beautiful uses of maps in storytelling, and they also, of course, open up the potential for fraudulent or misleading use of mapping, as has happened with fake listings on Google Maps. So another big data trend is this idea of constant capture. So when you think about how you use data creation in your own life, you're making a sort of a choice, right? You're choosing to share a photograph on Instagram, for example. You're choosing to tweet about something. But as we go forward, that's going to flip over to where the generation of data becomes the default. That's what happens automatically. And you actually have to choose to opt out of sharing your data, which is a pretty big change. So you could think about something like this. This is a little thing called narrative. It's a little thing a little larger than a postage stamp that you wear on your lapel. And what it does is it just automatically takes a photograph every 30 seconds, all day, every day, of whatever is going on around you. And you actually have to choose to stop it. Otherwise, the default is it takes a picture of what's going on around you every 30 seconds, all day, every day. Now, whether that becomes generally popular or whether it's just something that quantified self geeks like me are interested in is an open question. But I think it really represents an interesting turning point, which is when the collection of data becomes the default, right? Rather than you choosing to capture something, that's what automatically happens. So we're starting to see more and more of this, and the reality is that it's starting to become more personal, more intimate, more close to us all of the time. So for example, I was at a conference recently, and I was on a panel discussion with this guy who'd had a chip put in his hand right here so he could unlock his door without having to use a key, which I guess, you know, never worry about losing your keys again, right? So that's, you know, that's, again, an extreme example, but we're starting to see that kind of thing more and more. So a more practical example of how we're seeing that more and more is something like this. This is a company called Proteus, and they make sort of smart digital medicines. So what they do is, you see those pills, they have a tiny little chip on top of them, which basically has just enough data collection abilities that when you take your medication, it actually communicates to a thing that you wear on your coat that you've taken your medication, and it also has a certain amount of like biometric data, like, you know, heart rate and the time that it landed in your stomach and things like that, right? So the idea here being that on a practical level, compliance with medication is a really big problem. So the idea is here that your doctor or whoever will know that you've taken your medication, but obviously, as with basically everything I'm talking about today, there are huge privacy concerns and huge kind of free will concerns about all of these kinds of things. And of course, even if we've agreed to some of these means of, collecting and sharing our data, sometimes it can be kind of, creepy when we see it. Like, I don't usually have location enabled on my phone, but when I do, obviously, I know that location data is being gathered about where I'm going and what I'm doing on my Android-based phone, and I can go to my Google location history and see where I was on a given set of days, and it's kind of creepy, right? Like, even if you know that that's going on, you can suddenly see it in a different context, and it suddenly seems creepy to us. Or you look at it and you think, well, what would somebody make if they saw those few days of data, other than the fact that I seem to drink a lot of beer? So there's a sort of subjective aspect to how we think about our privacy, where even if we know that data is being collected, sometimes it can just be like hairs on the back of your neck standing up as we start to feel like creeped out. So the point is this: as our analog world becomes more digital and more networked, more internet connected, the more digital data is captured, and the more we become this world of passively generated data exhaust, right? I wasn't sort of intending to capture the data about where I was traveling. It was just captured automatically. It's data exhaust. And the more we're always already in the digital world, as opposed to online versus offline, the more ubiquitous that data capture is. So if you think about the difference between reading a paper book and reading an ebook knows how it's being read in a way that a paper book doesn't, just in virtue of being able to take you back to where you left off in your book. And as you think about our world increasingly becoming digital, essentially braided through, the physical is braided through with the digital, more and more of that data is captured about all of us, again, for good or for ill. So beyond what we carry around with us, our tablets, our smartphones, our narrative clips, our fitness trackers, our smart pills, the chips embedded in our hand, all that kind of stuff, as we go forward, we're going to start to see more computational power embedded in the world around us. So to use a simple example that exists right now, we're starting to see a lot of home automation. You might have something like the Nest thermostat, or something like the Things bathroom scale, which is Wi-Fi enabled. And you step on your scale in the morning and it automatically communicates your weight to your online profile. Hooray, I guess. Or something like the Amazon Echo or the Google Home with speech recognition, so you can give it instructions or ask it questions. And increasingly, devices and smart objects and sensors that are connected to the internet are going to be the norm. Sensors will be everywhere, collecting data about everything from where the next city bus is, to air quality, to numbers of people passing through a given location. What's dubbed variously smart cities or network cities, the aim is to make a city that's alive in the sense that it's aware of how it's being used. It's aware of how the transit is moving, it's aware of when the garbage cans are full, the power grid is smart, and so on. We already live in a world of augmented reality via our phones. You can be in a city you've never been to before and know where the nearest coffee shop is. But the explosion of data that I'm talking about means that we'll increasingly have access to a digital layer about the world around us. So if you think about a popular, if trivial example of Pokemon Go and how much that altered players' experience of the physical world around them, it altered where they were going and what they were doing and how they were living their lives. That's an example of how we might just see augmented reality play out. So what would that look like for people in media? What are the interesting opportunities for storytelling that open up, if you think about Pokemon Go as an example, and how you could adapt that into narrative techniques? So the last main data trend I want to talk about is artificial intelligence, which is fueled by data. So traditionally, artificial intelligence programming was done by essentially creating a recipe, right? You give a computer program a set of rules, if this, then this. But now what we're starting to see is something different, which is fueled by data. And that is these artificial intelligence programs are being fed enormous amounts of data, looking for correlations in the data. They're essentially being trained. And we have these huge data sets that are being used to train these AI programs, and this is really new. And that means that things that were traditionally very, very difficult for machines to do, like image recognition and voice recognition, are now much easier. So you can see this in your own life if you use something like Siri on the iPhone. And by the way, it's research at Canadian post-secondary institutions that's breaking ground here, and we're really doing world-beating work in this area. So let's think about that speech and image recognition for a minute. At the same time as we're putting ever more images and speech into the infoverse, our technologies are getting better at listening to and looking at what we put out there. And the increasing knowability of our actions and behaviors obviously poses a lot of privacy problems. In particular, what happens when we start to have hundreds or thousands of different data sets about us that can come together? So just to use a simple example, here's something I came across a little while ago. This is technology called Gigapixel. It's Vancouver-based technology, and they specialize in taking these pictures of enormous public events. But it's not a single image. It's basically a composite of something like 200 images that are sort of stitched together. And then they publish them to their website, and they encourage people to check it out. So if you're in that crowd of people, this picture was taken before the last game of the Stanley Cup Finals that ended with the Vancouver riots a number of years ago. If you're in that crowd of people, you almost certainly don't think you're private, but you probably think you're anonymous because there are however many thousands of people there. But thanks to this technology, you can zoom in and zoom in and zoom in with like practically no loss of fidelity, right? And because we have this cultural habit of generating data and tagging ourselves and stuff, what they do at the website is they say, hey, you know, log in with your Facebook account and tag yourself and your friends. So you can go do that and then click on one of the blue dots above somebody's head, and it takes you to their Facebook profile. So that is a super interesting and totally creepy example of what we're starting to see more and more of, right? Which is when data sets from different areas come together in surprising and unexpected kinds of ways. And you know, our whole privacy regime was set up around protecting a small number of super important pieces of data, right? Like your credit card number and your birth certificate and things like that. But now we have the reverse, is we don't want to protect, what we want to protect is large amounts of individually trivial but combined maybe very important pieces of data. So that's a huge switch in privacy. So what happens when these 6 trends come together? Self-tracking is a cultural phenomenon. Mobile technologies like our phones, our tablets, our e-readers, our smartwatches, our narrative clips, our smart pills and all that. The ubiquity of maps to tie it to physical locations, smart objects, internet-connected sensors, the ability to search all that data through text, image, and audio, and these data-stoked algorithms to find patterns and correlations in the data. So this is the world of the data boom that I'm talking about, that's highly fluid, increasingly public, location-based set of information, a digital doppelganger of the world around us. So if we had a revolution in information and what people expect from their information when it became possible to search things on the internet, what does it mean when it becomes possible, in effect, to search the real physical world around you? So there are lots of reasons why technical people will be involved in this, why jobs like data scientists are going to be important, but this transition is at least as important from a cultural point of view as it is from a technical point of view. And I think that media is going to have a very powerful role in this particular moment of the data explosion. And that's because all this data needs the explanatory power of journalism and the explanatory power of narrative to make sense of it. And also because this data is not only individually useful, it's useful in the aggregate. So who has a GPS device that they use on their phone or on their, when they're driving? Okay. So you probably know that the way these things work is that, you know, the satellite just pings your car periodically to let you know where you are, right? And to tell you to like turn left in 10 meters or whatever. So Google's GPS device, with your permission, it anonymously tracks where you are when you're driving your car and using your Google Navigator. And so it turns out that if the satellite knows where your car is now and where it is now and where it is now, that's a pretty good indicator of how quickly you're going, which in turn is a pretty good indicator of whether there's a traffic jam or not. So when you use Google's live traffic map on your GPS or just on Google Maps, that's basically taking advantage of aggregated data about how people are driving and updating it in real time. So that's cool, right? You're driving along and you can see, okay, I'm going to take a different route because this road is red, it's a traffic jam. I'm going to take another route which is green. And then that data in turn gets fed back through the mapping system, and that changes the map, and that changes your driving behavior, and that changes the map. So you end up with this really interesting feedback loop between the data that's being gathered and how that's affecting your real world behavior. So that's an example that we've had for years. So you can imagine the future of a world where we have more and more of that kind of interesting feedback loop between the data that we're producing and how we're living our lives. So that's what we can do with the data exhaust that's just getting pumped out into the world, just in virtue of us engaging with the digital world around us. But what happens when we actively try to harness the same cultural trends towards self-reporting and gathering and sharing data, but in the service of something more important than sharing pictures of what we're eating for lunch? So a good example of that is Ushahidi. Anyone heard of Ushahidi here? So Ushahidi is Kenyan technology. It's an open source platform that was created in the wake of post-election violence that happened in Kenya a little over 8 years ago, 2 elections ago. And what it did was it let people send text messages reporting episodes of violence, partly to bear witness and partly to see if it could predict where the violence was going. It was a highly, highly successful tool using what people already had, which was cell phones and cultural interest in sending texts, and using it in this open source platform. And since then, it's been used about 90,000 times in iterations all over the world to track extreme weather events, post-election monitoring, all kinds of things. And this, importantly, and I think this is why this is important for people in media, is this was not some giant top-down thing by the Kenyan government. This was literally the idea of 3 bloggers who built this tool, and now it's been used, as I say, 90,000 times. So I think as we think about our future in media and how we can use data in media, it's not just for narrative. Like, we can use it to actually bootstrap some really interesting projects, right? There's no reason why a tool like that couldn't have been part of a journalism story or a media story. So these are some simple and even kind of quirky examples, but there are a lot of them. So when we talk about the data boom, people usually talk about, you know, what governments are going to do or what healthcare providers are going to do, and that's true. But as I say, with something like Ushahidi, there's a lot of room at every level for us to think creatively and in a public-spirited way about how we use these kinds of tools. And the other reason why I use those 2 examples, Ushahidi and Google Live Traffic in particular, is because they're a really good example of what happens when we think of data collection as a partnership with people in the community. When we don't think about it as just, you know, sucking data out of people to sell to third parties, for example, but when we think of people as digital citizens and as partners in some of these data projects. You know, the metaphor of data mining is apt because it implies that we're looking for, you know, raw material that we humans who are generating data are essentially ore to be harvested, right? But we can flip that script and we can think about data as much more of a partnership and a collaboration, especially as people in media. So that's kind of a long way of setting up what this world is. So what does this actually mean for us as media people in the media ecosystem, and what are the challenges to getting a better media for us? As we know, we're in a difficult time with respect to facts and fake news. So an obvious thing is algorithm as a tool of just figuring out what we ought to be paying for is fundamentally broken. As we saw throughout the US election and the explosion of false news, our current reliance on algorithms to direct our attention is a problem because measuring engagement is not necessarily a good register of value. Our past interests are not necessarily a reliable indicator of what we need to know today. So there are countless examples of this, right? Because a lot of the algorithms go based on, you know, you're a person who's interested in Guelph, you're a person who's interested in journalism. So that can be a good predictor of what you're interested in, but it's not necessarily if something new comes into your world that you ought to be interested in, which traditionally has been what conventional media have been good at, which is saying, maybe you don't know you need to know about this, but you do. So our algorithms are not really functioning well in this type of way. And, you know, there's a lot of activity underway right now in getting better at building algorithms that can do things like recognize trolling behavior in comment sections, for example, or recognize red flags about false news and things like that. But I think that there may be limits into how good artificial intelligence can get at predicting those kinds of things, because humans are very subtle creatures in the way that we use language, in the way that we use sarcasm, in the way that we tease each other, in the way that we communicate with passion about things. And those are very difficult things to teach an algorithm to do. So that's a problem. We don't know how we're going to solve it, and it's a big problem. Another implication of the bottom-up sharing of information is that our social connections and our informational connections are really braided together. So if you think about how you get news in your life, a lot of it probably comes through your social media connections, right? That's what people are sharing in your world. So if you're a really well-connected person, you're a person who has a lot of friends who are curious about the world around them, with good critical thinking skills, you're going to get access to really great media. It's a wonderful way of finding stories. But if you're socially isolated, if you don't have a lot of good contacts, if you don't have contacts who maybe have good critical thinking skills, you're going to be informationally isolated. And that's really new for us. And it is, again, a problem. So if the Web 2.0 revolution meant that we had to learn to judge reliability of things like Wikipedia or individual blogs, things are morphing into this ever more dynamic and complex environment in terms of media literacy and how challenging it is. If it's hard to judge reliability in a Twitter feed, how much more challenging this will be when we're talking about data and information coming at us really literally from everywhere. And this is also a problem because we're starting to rely a lot more on proprietary tools where we don't really necessarily have the ability to question them because they're owned by individual companies. So for instance, when I use my Google Fit app, it tells me how active I am relative to other Torontonians. I have no idea how they measure that. I have no idea how reliable it is. But because it's proprietary data from an individual company, I don't have the ability to open that up and inspect where I'm getting my data for and how reliable that is. And that too, I think, gives an opportunity for civic-minded, publicly engaged media people to take a role in saying, how can we be transparent in how we gather and share data and give people critical tools to see where their data is coming from. Fake news is already a challenge partly because we get information without context now, right? It's an implication of getting our news via social media. So just to use an example, CBC Radio's show, This Is That, it's a satirical news show. It's very funny. It's regularly the most popular of what CBC Radio does in terms of what gets shared on social spaces. But you may wonder when you look at how many people are reading headlines in social media with headlines like this. Like if you're just getting that in your feed, how do you know that that's do you know that that's satirical? I mean, I'm sure a lot of people spread that information because they think it's true, right? So I do want to think somehow a little more positively towards the end of this, which is to think about the opportunities that we have as media people, because we all know that there are tons of challenges out there for all of us. But I think, for example, this year's Pulitzer Prize winners, which just came out, offer us some intriguing examples of how we can make this new data world serve compelling narratives. So this is probably too close for you to see it, but David Farenthold from the Washington Post won a Pulitzer Prize this year for work he did, mostly by writing things out on longhand. What he was doing was he was challenging Donald Trump's claims that he gave away millions of dollars to charity. So he basically, literally over months, he physically called up all of these different charities in the United States and asked to get data about Donald Trump's donations. And what he did was he just did screen grabs of his handwritten notes of all of the places that he called, and the word never written beside all of them, and shared them on Twitter. And in an interview with the Neiman Journalism Lab, he said, and this is a quote, "I think I knew there was going to be a lot of futility to the process. I was looking for a way to make the futility look interesting and give people something to follow." So that's a really interesting example of taking things like the overwhelming amount of information that we have, taking the fact that we absorb information in this kind of feed, in this scrolling continuous way through social media, and doing some really powerful, interesting journalism with it. And I think there are going to be lots more opportunities in this precisely because we have so much data available to us. Data journalism is a promising model for compelling content that works well in a visual form and it allows people to play with data. And I think sometimes those of us who are kind of artsy media types, we can feel a little bit intimidated by that, but I don't think we need to be because new tools are being developed all the time to get us around the need to code. There's something that just came out called Flourish, flourish.studio, and it's specifically designed to let journalists and other people in media create data journalism without needing to know how to code. And we're going to start to see more and more of that. It's already true that AI are writing some workaday news and sports stories and putting together visual content that's being automated, and that's going to increase, that some aspects of media are going to be automated, making videos is going to be automated. But I think that that actually sharpens the focus for all of us into what people in media, what humans in media do best, which is actually focusing on, narrative, on creativity, on critical thinking, the stuff that automating procedures can't actually do. So the so-called fake news is just the latest challenge to quality journalism, and it takes to another level what we saw in Web 2.0, which is the idea that anyone can publish. But we still see in moments of crisis how good reporting and good analysis can be a hub of credibility. Sometimes that's because they're legacy institutions like the CBC or the New York Times, but not necessarily. What's crucial in maintaining that hub of credibility, I think, is transparency, and that's going to be even more so as we go into the future. Another way we can maintain credibility can be precisely in giving people the tools to navigate this chaotic, data-driven world around us, because make no mistake, it is going to be highly chaotic. Are there ways that we, as people in media, can give people tools to verify the data and information they find themselves surrounded by, to take that project on as a challenge of what journalists do in a data-driven age? Because navigating the accuracy of this data boom is going to be harder than ever. As people in media, we need to be alive to how power courses through the technologies we use, and how data and tracking can be political, how it can be used against us, and we need to be active in how we tell those stories. So consider the chill factor from this message from, it was reported in the New Yorker about protests in Kiev a few years back. People who were in Kiev at, democratic demonstrations who were near the epicenter of the protest received a text message on their phone, saying, "Dear subscriber, you are registered as a participant in a mass disturbance." So think about what that surveillance means for democratic participation when you're doing what you should be doing as a citizen and you get a message on your phone essentially saying, the government is spying on you and we know what you're doing. So that's a specifically political example, and of a piece with all the other examples of government surveillance that we're starting to see, but there are all sorts of ways that power and data are intertwined. For example, the algorithms that companies use determine everything from the jobs you're offered to your credit rating or the mortgage that you're given, even in the US where the police direct their attention. So to me, a big part of what journalists have always done is exposing power, right? Speaking truth to power, shedding light on the abuse of power. And I think we can do this in an even more targeted and interesting way in this future world of the data boom, in working with our audiences and our readers to build a culture of digital citizenship and critical thinking about the culture of data and how power is manifest in that. Being good at asking questions about where our data goes and what it's being used for. So there's a lot of talk now about what journalists and a new generation of media people need to do to succeed, that you need to be a social media whiz, that you need to code, all this other stuff. And sure, those are great skills to have. I won't say that they're not, but I have to say, I've never gone to bat with somebody at work because they knew how to code or because they were really a boss at Snapchat, right? It just doesn't work that way. The things that make you really argue to work with somebody are when you're working with somebody who is creative, who has good critical thinking skills, who's great at narrative, who has a good BS detector, and who's great at connecting with people. So those are skills that are not affected by whether you can code or not. They're skills that are really, they're also skills that are not easily replaced by artificial intelligence, and I'm sure they're skills that you all have a lot of. You know, in the tech world, people talk about this thing called the DIKW pyramid, which has data at the bottom, big bottom of the pyramid, and then up to information, and then higher to knowledge, and then higher to wisdom. So in this new world that we're moving into, really there's going to be nothing but data, right? Data is going to be everywhere, as ubiquitous as turning on the faucet or turning on a light switch. And information, too, is going to be pretty ubiquitous. So that's not necessarily where media's value lies any longer. It lies at the top of the pyramid in knowledge and in wisdom, and that I'm confident the next generation has plenty of. Thanks very much. So, thank you. I did say we were going to leave a bunch of time for questions. I'm also really interested in comments on how you see, you know, your lives as media people changing. Or, again, any practical questions you have about work in media, I will try to answer. Yes? Do we use some of the materials that are generated? I would say, first of all, to what I was saying about the importance of visual, I think any supporting material that you do that is eye candy, most people, I think, will really gravitate to that. If you have stuff that, you know, because, you know, it's not only just that we like to have the visuals, it's that, you know, Facebook rewards videos, and that's what drives a huge amount of traffic, right? So things like videos and images that are easily available are hugely helpful. They're certainly hugely helpful in a predominantly audio context because we're not inherently generating that when we go out and cover stories. So I would say that is a huge value. Yeah. Does that answer your question? Questions and comments? We have a mic that's going around too. Citizen journalism.
Yeah, citizen journalism,
Yeah.
or just like journalism coming, or media coming from individuals as opposed to corporations.
Yeah, I think that it's certainly been a big challenge, I would say, like, since the rise of blogging. And I think the way that initially, you know, the reaction of mainstream media initially was to go, whoa, before people realized, you know, like, actually this is a great way to build the next generation of journalists and to actually accept people as our colleagues and not as the competition. And like, actually one of the things that was behind my show Spark when we launched was specifically around taking that seriously. And I think that that's going to increase all the more as people get better at working with partnerships with people who are freelance independent journalists and so forth. I think that's especially true for people who are able to establish expertise and credibility within a particular area. So, I mean, the example of bloggers applies here, and that's kind of what I meant about that idea of the hubs of credibility, is that it doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, you have the New York Times attached to you, but that you've built a history of having an expertise and integrity in a particular discipline. I think it's a little bit harder to do that if you're just a generalist, not just a generalist, there's a role for generalists, but if you have a particular area of expertise, it's a bit easier to create that and to become like a touch point for collaboration with media. So that's one thing that I do encourage people to do, is figure out what is the thing that you're really passionate about writing about, or vlogging about, or whatever, and develop your expertise in that way.
Hi. I'm just curious your opinion on this. Do you ever think that with social media like Twitter and Instagram and Facebook, do you ever think the fear of how much information is being spread is going to cause people to start shying away from those social medias? And do you think we can and will ever go back to those social media platforms?
That's a great question. I think it's really, I find it hard to imagine going back in time. I mean, I had a weird thing, maybe you guys had this too, during the US election campaign, of just thinking, for the first time really, like maybe all of this social media has actually just been a mistake. Like maybe we've just exploded democracy or something, like, and done something really terrible. I do think that the potential and power of deconstructing the old hierarchies of media overall has been a very good thing. What I do think is that people are going to become and need to become more savvy about how they share. I think a lot, like I see on my show, I still come into contact a lot with people who are like, well, if I'm not doing anything wrong, why do I need to worry about whether my data is public or private? And I think that that reflects an older way of thinking about our privacy, right? Because the reality with these learning algorithms that I was talking about is, it doesn't matter if you're doing anything wrong, right? It's does the correlation show something that means that you're going to get higher insurance premiums on your car or whatever, right? So that there are actual real world harms that come from sharing all of that data. So I do think that people are going to become more alive to that and more aware of that. But ultimately, I think, and I think this is the problem, is a lot of these companies say, well, it was in the terms of service agreement, or it's left up to us as individuals to negotiate with Facebook, basically, right? I think we need to reset the parameters, actually. We need to say, no, there needs to be new governance of what can be done with our data. It's not enough to say, there's a researcher named Ian Kerr at the University of Ottawa who talks about how terms of service agreements are essentially letting companies do an end run around privacy, do things that they wouldn't otherwise do. So I think we need to reset the parameters. But I do think overall, like, the social media has been a net benefit in lots of ways.
Do we have another question? Perfect.
So I had a question about citizen journalism, where a lot of the times it seems like with citizen journalism, the stories that get popular and circulate among citizens are the ones that a lot of the time mainstream news outlets either don't report on as much as they should, or completely refuse to report on for whatever reason. So do you believe that citizens should have the right to circulate their own stories and have the, power to hold journalists accountable, or do you think the power of accountability should just solely stay in the hands of the journalist?
Well, I certainly think people have the right and the responsibility to responsibly circulate stories that they feel are being underreported. And I think that this is the whole challenge that we find ourselves in now, in this sort of media literacy environment where, we know that for the most part, and that there have been studies that have backed this up, that more than half of the people on social media share stories on social media without reading them. And I don't mean without reading them to the bottom, I mean without reading them. They're looking at the headline and sharing them, right? So while I think, as I was saying, that the opening up and the democratization is really important, and the role for citizen journalism is really important, especially in highlighting stories that are not necessarily being covered, I think that the media literacy challenge is equally pressing and equally thorny to sort out, because it actually involves a lot more responsibility on the part of citizens as well. It involves really thinking about, where am I getting this from? How do I know that what this person is saying is true? It involves, Googling the sources that they're listing and finding out if they are who the citizen journalist has said they are. Like, that's a lot of layers of responsibility, and it's a lot of layers of critical thinking in a context where we have so much media coming at us all the time, right? And there are countless examples like that Coney 2012 video that went around a while ago. Like, there are lots of examples of where things can actually become these huge phenomena before people are like, wait a second, let's ask some questions about this. So I think, I mean, maybe I'll come to the answer to this by the end of today's conference, but they're really, it's a complicated push me, pull you there of those two things.
All right, I saw a question right over here.
So what I took from what you were saying was that we need, as like new people coming into industry, we need to sell ourselves more or less as people that are not only like intelligent but appealing to an audience. And with that being said, I think that we're selling ourselves as individuals more as we're relying on jobs we're getting from big organizations like newscasts, television and newspapers. And with that being said, a lot of that is coming from things like YouTube and stuff like that. So if you look at what happened with the Wall Street Journal, they are essentially like attacking that. You look at like what they did to PewDiePie and like a lot of like they attacked a lot of the ad revenue, and a lot of advertisers dropped their ads from YouTube because of that, you know, but defamation of the brand of YouTube. So I'm wondering how we as individuals can combat the organization's aspect of saying that we want to stay on top, and they're trying to censor, I don't know if that's the right word, but censor the individual like branding of ourselves. If that works.
Well, I think it's a good question. I think I have a slightly different take on it, which is that I think that mainstream media or legacy media are actually pretty desperate to attach themselves to the energy and existing audiences of people who do have large presences. I mean, I think was it Disney that partnered with PewDiePie?
Yeah, and
so,
they actually dropped him because of that.
But I mean, that's because he made some bad decisions, right? In my opinion. That's what caused it. I think that I would not be as worried about that. I mean, and I think for anyone who's an independent content creator, there's a balance between how do you do what's required to catch eyeballs, which is often being controversial or being, you know, particularly grabby, with what makes you cross a line into something that's, you know, really inappropriate. But I do think that rather than trying to squelch those things, I actually think mainstream media are really eager to find those relationships. I think your concern is maybe more about not letting yourself be exploited within those kinds of relationships that you establish with mainstream media. That's my take on it.
Can I ask another question? So, sorry. When the whole thing of like, what is advertiser friendly, I think is a big thing. So like as an individual, you want to be advertiser friendly in the sense that you want to be able to make revenue and make a living off what you're doing. But when it comes to mainstream, and then when you talk about individually, I feel like the individuals are being censored much more harshly than something like Family Guy or South Park that still have Coke ads in between them. Mm-hmm. But because I guess it's an individual, it's being much more scrutinized when it comes to censorship. And I'm wondering, like, if you think that's like an ethical wrongdoing, or if that's just like something that needs to be.
I mean, it's an interesting question, and not really my area. I mean, what strikes me is you can have something like the Fox News situation with Bill O'Reilly, where somebody can be doing something internally that it seems like was known about, but covered up, and then it gets to a point where it's public enough and advertisers start rebelling enough that they finally take action. As to whether, I mean, you're probably right that individuals are more subject to that kind of thing. They're less likely to have a team of lawyers around them. They're less likely to have an institution to kind of bolster them around them. But it's that side of it, what happens on the individual content creator side, is not really my area. I'm an old school journalism type of person. Just out of curiosity, how many people do have or are planning on having some type of independent media presence that they hope to get advertising from, like a YouTube channel or something like that? Yeah. How many have that already? Yeah. Few. Interesting.
All right, we got a question over here.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
Good.
Happier that the talking is over now.
Yeah. So in you've mentioned that there's a lot of like oversharing going on. There's a lot of like people who want to share a lot of their lives, including that camera that you said you clip on and takes pictures all throughout your day, which is kind of nuts. I found a lot of my relatives have said to me, for example, at family reunions, they'll say like, "Oh, you're a millennial. You love to share all your life." But like someone mentioned up here that there might be a backlash where people start to get rid of their social media. For example, just yesterday I actually deleted my Instagram, but I got a button here that says I'm addicted to it, so that's interesting. As far as, you also mentioned the thing about car insurance where people can put something in their car and have it track their data, and that leads to lower insurance premiums. Do you think that we're going to see, like, especially with the emerging of new technologies where you can read people's genome even before they're born, more of a penalization of people who want to keep their data safe from companies that want to use it maybe to cut costs?
Yeah, I think there's a lot, we're going to start to see a lot of that, and I think there are a bunch of different ways it could play out. I think it could play out where, you know, if you've got money to afford services, then you have a different level of privacy protection. If you're in a situation where you need services for free, then you're essentially giving up your data in exchange for that. I think that's a possible scenario that we could find ourselves in. I think that, I mean, I guess I would return to the thing about, like, I do think that we need a new regime around data. Like, I think we have to really think about what it means to protect people's privacy and not say that you're ultimately responsible for your own data, because we don't actually even know what the consequences of that are going to be. Like, as I suggested with that footage in Vancouver, outside of Vancouver CBC, okay, like, that seems great. You've got your genome profile, but how do you know what things that's going to be used with and how that's going to be partnered with all different types of data sets in your future, which is why I think we need more control over that data. I also think, just on the millennial thing, I think that there's always this thing of like, you're a millennial, you don't care about your privacy, but I actually think when you look at what people are sharing or oversharing, I don't actually think that's a generational thing. I think you're as likely to find people who are in their 50s who are oversharing as you're likely, maybe even more likely, as you are people in their 20s. Did I answer your question? Was that a good answer? Yeah.
All right, just one more question, we'll wrap it all up. Darlene.
Hello.
Hello.
I really appreciated your talk just about data, because data has always really been intimidating for me, and I really appreciate the visualization of data. And in particular, you made one comparison that struck me, because I've always had this image in my head that we control the data and we look at it and we have complete control in that relationship, but you managed to put in the context that, in fact, it's an equal relationship. Like, it goes both ways. Like, the data benefits us, but we also can benefit the data. And so I'm wondering if you ever think that there's going to be a time where the data will overtake us and, like, will have more control over us than we do of it. Because I've always seen that we are in complete control of the data, and now, like, I'm questioning, I'm like, is that true, or will the data eventually take control of what we see and what we're doing?
Yeah, well, one of the reasons why I'm really passionate about this idea that we need to change the regime around data is because I actually think the data will control things. I actually think it's already at the point where the kind of data that we're collecting is affecting a lot of what happens to us in real life. Let me just give you a concrete example from the book The Black Box Society by Frank Pasquale. He talks about a woman who suddenly realized her credit rating was lowered, and she couldn't figure out, because there was nothing going on how she was spending her money or anything. And what finally it turned out to be was that she was going to marriage counseling with her husband and charging the marriage counselor to her credit card. And divorce is correlated with a lower credit rating. So she was doing what she should be doing, getting help for her marriage. And the result of that was that she was dinged on her credit rating. And if you think about the potential for us not to be able to make the connections between what the data is used for, that's a scary thing. And it's already the case. I feel terrible, I'm putting the fear of God into you. But it's already the case that these learning algorithms are starting to be so complex and so opaque that even the computer scientists who are using them don't necessarily know how they're coming up with the rules that they're coming up with. So we're actually getting into this point where the data is becoming incredibly powerful in ways that we don't understand, and maybe there's a functional limit into how we can understand them at all. So yeah, I think we better get on it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And we actually do have one more question. It was over here, was it? Right over here? Perfect. Here you go.
With the rise of technology and the rise of social media and social media trends, how do you think the journalism industry and the radio broadcasting industry has increased or decreased its ratings? And have these two industries gone through any significant changes over the years?
Yeah, they've gone through huge, crazy numbers of changes. I mean, I think for people who are interested in audio, the interesting thing is what podcasting has done for audio. And, you know, it seems like not very long ago we were talking about how short our attention spans are, and now we're talking about people getting engaged with and involved with narratives that take place over these incredibly long arcs. And so we see that when people are able to capture extraordinary storytelling, people do have time and attention to pay to things. But at the same time, outside of the podcasting sphere, audio has become incredibly visual, and I think that our ability to exist on multiple platforms is probably the largest way that media has changed with the rise of social media. That really you can't just say, I just want to be a radio journalist, because you have to also be able to turn your stories into videos and turn them into text and stuff. So there's really, whether you're doing it within the hub of a conventional organization like the CBC, or whether you're doing it on your own as an independent journalist, you really have to be able to play in all of those different platforms. You can't really just go into one stream any longer. I would say that's probably the biggest change that I've seen.
Thank you so much, everybody. Were there any last-minute questions at all from anyone? All right, well, that being said, thank you so much, Nora.
Thanks. Yeah.
Guelph-Humber
Have a round over lunch if you want to yak. Thanks.
Guelph-Humber does have a gift bag for you. We appreciate you coming today. Thank you so much. All right, wasn't that crazy? Our world is just being taken over by digital media like crazy, and I've never felt more exposed. Thank you for that, Nora. Really appreciate it. But that being said, let's just remind everyone, with a digital world like that, we do have that hashtag EmergeTO and hashtag Media Rehab. I've been reading your tweets all day. I'm loving every single one. Let's get it trending, though, people. We have a goal to set. Awesome. That being said, we also have a little contest for our high school students, so you are in luck. When you enter this building, we entered you into a draw, all right? So one person is going home with this Colonel's Big Tin over here. Let's all remember Christmas back in the 90s. All right, so the winner of this Colonel's Tin is Daniel Gayoso. Is he here? Come on up, Daniel. You're here to win Colonels. We're going to do a little photo op with you, too. You made it in the EmergeTO media. Awesome. Well, we will keep this conference moving right along. I can hear some grumbling stomachs, and that means it's lunchtime. So we want to thank San Remo Bakery for providing us all with lunch today. So that being said, while you're at lunch, you have also a free period, okay? So you can go do anything. We have a lot of features, like I mentioned earlier today. We have the photo booth TO. I've already taken 2 photos, all right? And I'm going to Instagram one later with the hashtag EmergeTO on it. It's really fun. A lot of fun. The guy there is great. We also have an engagement booth. So the engagement booth is just behind those stairs over there. We have some lovely ladies who are handing out our magazines there, and they're promoting our web magazine as well. So take a look at that. It's at emergemagazine.ca. It's a great magazine, and our 4th years put a lot of work into it, all right? So also, if you missed the EMAs last night, that's the Emerge Media Awards, that's quite okay, because we do have all the finalist submissions here today. So if you go into photo gallery right over there, you'll see all the photography finalists. And if you go into room 124 over there, you'll see all the videography finalists, all right? And then finally, in 125, we are showing the video doc series from our Emerge magazine, okay? So check those all out during your lunch period. You have about an hour. So I'm going to be announcing you by your little buttons here. I have a Twitter one personally, so Twitter rep. That being said, so we will be now directing those who are addicted to Facebook and Twitter to their lunch on the second floor with San Remo Bakery. So go ahead, Twitter and Facebook, you can go grab your lunch. Message on Instagram and you can get your request chosen, all right? That being said, I think it's about time that we can direct the Snapchat and Instagram addictors onto the lunchroom, all right? So that's at the second floor. Once them. And if you haven't had the chance, we have a candy bar in there. We have all of our photo gallery in there. We have our video gallery over at the 124. And also we have our VidDoc magazine team who has their work being displayed in 125, all right? I see the seats are filling up a little bit more, but I still see some people walking on down. Run, run. This is an ample opportunity to be taking any selfie and using the hashtag EmergeTO on Instagram and hashtag Media Rehab, by the way. I'm literally currently looking at them all right now. Oh, I've got a mention. It's Chris COLETTA told me to tweet this. Hashtag EmergeTO, hashtag Media Rehab. Thank you so much, Chan the Rapper. Oh my God, Anna, thank you for that one as well. Wow, you guys are taking great photos up here. I will be using these for my Instagram later. All right, looks like we have just about a full stage. So how is everyone doing today? Like, how are we loving the conference so far? Yeah? We've had some great breakout sessions. We had a great keynote speaker with Nora Young. I'm loving all of it. It's so much fun for me as well. So let's just keep the day going along. I do want to mention we still have another couple breakout sessions going on later on, but right now it is time for the keynote panel, okay? So with that being said, we would like to introduce you to Stephanie Matisse, a CBC reporter and producer. She will be mediating this panel for today, and she's been on air and behind the scenes as a producer, director, and writer. She's one of my personal professors here at Guelph-Humber, and I'm so excited to welcome you to Stephanie Matisse.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to ask our guests to come on out and join me on stage. I'll do a proper introduction. I was going to just open with some remarks and then do a proper introduction of both of our guests Christopher Waddell and Catherine Wallace. But I'll just start with, I guess, the content that we're here to discuss. So if I ask you if you saw the article about the man who was killed after trying to light his farts on fire, did you see that one? No, it's fake news, guys. You're at the fake news discussion panel. Everyone looked very alarmed. Or about the fact that Prime Minister Justin Trudeau would like to see a pot store in every Canadian city. Also fake news. Did you see the video that went viral a couple years ago about an eagle, had an eagle that swept in and grabbed a toddler and then dropped the toddler on a golf course? We called it a hoax, but it was animation students that had done this video and ultimately amounts to fake news. Or in a more insidious kind of example in Quebec, after the shooting at the mosque, where it was immediately reported that the shooter had yelled Allahu Akbar and was Moroccan, and Canadian media got all the information right and we had our facts straight, but what got picked up globally were all those fake news headlines. So you can see where we're going with this topic, and it's a privilege to be a part of Emerge Conference 2017, especially with the title Media Rehab, in how to combat the rise of fake news. So just as by applause, can you tell me who goes to social media for any news at any time? I think it's probably a good guess that all of us do. 1.8 billion people a day are using Facebook as their news source, although it's not a news portal, it's an information portal and doesn't have the same responsibilities. And I recently heard someone say that if fake news is a rocket ship, then social media is the jet fuel that propels it. And so I'm going to jet over to our guests and let us take on this massive topic about how to combat the rise of fake news. I'll introduce Christopher Waddell, who is a journalism professor, broadcasting professor, and web publishing professor at Carleton. I had the pleasure of crossing paths and calling him a colleague in Ottawa many years ago when he was a parliamentary bureau chief. He has also worked for the Report on Business with the Globe and Mail and has won too many awards to mention in terms of newspaper awards and television awards, what were called Geminis, we now call them Canadian Screen Awards, over his many decades in the career. So a warm welcome to Christopher Waddell, please. And Catherine Wallace. who is an Atkinson Fellow right now on public policy. Catherine is the former managing editor of the Montreal Gazette. She spent nearly 40 years in our industry and has worked for the Toronto Star and the Globe and Mail as well. And she's currently focusing on the topic of accountability, in-depth reporting, and really turning her gaze to what's going on in our industry. So we're really pleased to have her with us as well. Welcome. So I've asked our guests to start with some opening remarks and launch into some questions out of that. There will be an opportunity for all of you to ask questions, and we will be forewarned that I believe that GH has some of the most brilliant students in the country, so we're ready to tackle any of your questions at the end. But in the meantime, Chris, if you want to start with the comments. I think that there's a mic right. Where do you feel comfortable? The red chair okay for you?
Yeah, as long as I'll look at my notes here a little bit. Okay, let me just take a few minutes and outline a few points related to fake news and the issue of fake news, and mention a few things that we can come back to later on, because I'm not going to take up too much time. First of all, I think, let me start by being quite direct and saying I don't think fake news is quite the problem that it's made out to be. I think there's lots of reasons people are making a big fuss about it, and that includes it's a convenient way for the political system and politicians, for mainstream media and social media organizations to avoid answering some more fundamental questions about their performance and what they're doing, and we can come back to that later on. But I thought I should start by telling you that I've been a grocery shopper for about 40 years. And being a grocery shopper, in checkout lines, I get a chance to learn an awful lot of things. I've learned that there are cars that can run on water that the oil industry keeps secret from us, that there are various love children pregnancies and affairs of hundreds of politicians and celebrities, regular UFO invasions of the Earth kept secret by government, the dead who come back to life, and of course the capture by aliens of Earthlings who returned to tell their fantastic tales of the world beyond. And that doesn't include the 38 under par score of 34, complete with 5 holes in one, in a round of golf in Pyongyang by Kim Jong-il, the former dictator of North Korea. The only question, that was in 1994, the only question about that was whether that was the first time he'd played golf or he'd actually played golf before then. Fake news has been around for a long time, and people have always made money from it. What's different today, though, is the speed of how quickly it can be distributed globally, as Stephanie talked about, through social media, and also how fast that and how quickly that can be turned into money, as we've seen by people who have distributed versions of fake news. Of course, there's also the fact that the whole term fake news has really lost whatever meaning it might have had, if it ever had any. But I'm going to use the definition proposed by Craig Silverman from BuzzFeed, who says he describes fake news as being something that's published that's 100% false. Whoever created it knows it's false, and that person or organization is making money from publishing it. Those are the 3 elements of fake news. That may disqualify golf news from North Korea, but it's a pretty good description of the content of supermarket tabloids and lots of other publications, both print and online, that have been around both in the past and today. But I think we need to stop and ask a couple of questions. The first one I'd ask is, just because something is distributed widely, does that mean that people believe it? Maybe they share it because it's clever, funny, bizarre, or just a way to waste time at work, school, or home. I also think it's really not much of an issue in Canada because of the political and media environments in Canada are very different than they are in the United States. They're less polarized, and there are some other specific reasons I'd be happy to talk to you about later on. But I wonder whether is the noise about fake news really just the media and politicians and others saying that the public is stupid and gullible. I don't think the public is stupid or gullible at all, and I've got a bit of evidence to support that. I played a small role advising in a public opinion survey that was done by Alan Gregg of Environics Research as part of the Shattered Mirror report by the Public Policy Forum. We asked people a whole bunch of questions about media, their use of the media, and what they perceive the media to be like. And let me start with a caveat that it was just one online public opinion survey of 1,500 Canadians that was done in late September and early October of 2016. We also did 6 focus groups across the country, and there's information that came out of that too. We asked, would you say you completely trust, mostly trust, partly trust, or do not trust the news that is on television, on radio, on newspapers and magazines, and the online sites of newspapers and magazines? And we found generally between 65 and 70% of Canadians either completely or mostly trusted news from those sources. We asked then about digital sites like Huffington Post and Reddit. That fell to 34% of people who said they trusted it or mostly trusted it. For news received by email from friends, that fell to 17% who trusted it or mostly trusted it. On social media, 15% who trusted it or mostly trusted it. And news sent to you by a friend on social media was people mostly or completely trusted. Only 13% of people completely or mostly trusted it. On another question, 83% of respondents agreed with the statement, a lot of bogus and untrue information appears online. In other words, there's already I think a great deal of skepticism among audiences about the accuracy of news on social media. Back to the question about how stupid do we think the public is, and I don't think they're that stupid at all. Equally, there's significant residual faith in the news on mainstream media formats, and that extends to mainstream media online, which may be an opportunity for mainstream media in the future. The survey says a lot more, and I'd be happy to come back to that later, including where I think we should be concentrating our attention if we're not focusing on fake news, and not spending so much time worrying about that, but that's just a few preliminary thoughts.
Thank you. Catherine, you want to pick up from there?
In the Atkinson Fellowship this year, what I'm doing is, because newsrooms are getting so much smaller, and I don't have the magical solution for a new business model for us to hire more journalists, what I'm doing is looking at where we can find reliable civic information outside the news industry. So universities, for example, are a wealth of expertise and research that we don't hear nearly enough about. Citizens are another source of expertise, harder to harness, harder to make it a sustainable, reliable effort. But I do think the more I look into this, the more excited I am by just the range of possibilities that exist in this new ecosystem where everybody can publish and distribute their own information, their own news. Anytime I get too optimistic and excited about it, though, I am reminded that there is a downside. The upside is that this is a really much more diverse stream of information than we get from the news industry alone. The news industry has a certain mindset, this is what's important, this other thing is not important. This group of people is important, this other group is not important. So to be able to open that up to society as a whole really increases the diversity and democratization of information. But without the news industry as gatekeepers, it also means that we don't have a set of standards that everybody is following. It means that we don't have anybody who's imposing kind of quality control on how the information was obtained, how thoroughly it was investigated and checked, and what other kind of considerations went in before distributing it. So it's a really exciting time, and it's a really terrifying time. I don't think that there's no easy answer to this, because I think that the kind of information that we have in society, I think it reflects the kind of society we are. So when we hear about fake news in the United States, for example, to me it says more about the kind of society that it is. It's like fake news is the symptom, not the disease. And so this is a huge issue for all of us, not just for the news industry to deal with. Those are just opening thoughts.
Good opening thoughts. Thank you. And so to pick up on what both of you have mentioned, and Chris, in your opening, you said you don't really see fake news as being the problem that it is. And I think the three of us would probably agree it isn't the problem that it is in the States. So this is my polite way of saying that I agree with you to an extent, but I also disagree. And I just wanted to get Catherine's thoughts on that in terms of, is it the problem that we think it is, or how are we looking at it?
I think, to me, if we use Craig Silverman's definition of fake news, I agree that it does not appear to be a very serious problem in Canada at this point. I think it was a problem in the United States during the election campaign. It doesn't seem to me to be very serious here. But most people, when they say fake news, they mean not just completely manufactured news. They're also talking about misleading news, or headlines that take things out of context, or somebody spinning the news. And that might be a bigger problem than we actually recognize. I have no proof for that. I just kind of sense that it might be. But I think that that could be an ever bigger problem as the news industry shrinks and more of our information comes from these sources that don't necessarily follow the same standards and quality control.
I guess my argument, partly in agreement and partly on the other side, is that we've always had those sources that have been out there. They're a little easier to find maybe at the moment than they were before. But the other big part of what gets described as fake news, which maybe to me leads back to what actually are we talking about, is fake news is also increasingly being used as a terminology to describe news that people, whoever they might be, that are throwing the allegation around, don't want to see published. Which, in other words, that's basically, they don't want journalists to do their job. And they don't want journalists to do the job of writing stories that interest groups, politicians, whoever it might be, don't want to see published. So the answer from Mr. Trump, among other people, something is fake news when it's in fact a factual report written that doesn't actually coincide with the point of view that he, now in his case, he may not know what his point of view is, but that whoever the people are with him are trying to enforce one way or the other. So on that level, I think it's, but what's the problem?
What is the problem?
Yeah, what is the problem?
But I think the problem is the dissemination of that information, how quickly it's being proliferated. I used the example in the opening of the shooting at the mosque in Quebec and how quickly the global headline was the fake headline about the shooter being Moroccan and having yelled Allahu Akbar, when in fact that wasn't the truth. We, in Canada as media, we had it straight right off the bat, but it took a while to correct that perception. And
but that's just news organizations making decisions about when they report things. And news organizations are now in a frantic game to report things first before they actually take the time to figure out whether they're right or not. That's not, to me, that's not fake news. That's just mistakes.
Well, it's either that or it goes to Catherine's point on the grid of what's misinformation, disinformation, right, Catherine, in terms of there's the misleading headlines, there's the inaccuracies, and maybe it is just the rapidity that we're sharing on social media.
There's the mosque attack is an interesting one because it does sort of show how much more quickly the media is reporting facts now before they can confirm them. It's been a topic of debate in the media for 15 years, you know, how quickly should, you know, how many checks should we make before we put something up when we know that our competitors might be putting it up right away. But you have to pair that with the news industry becoming much smaller. And so to correct something takes much longer now, or might go uncorrected just because there's nobody around to notice that it was wrong, or that the story online right at the bottom had something that is now wrong, that, you know, the updated story has a different fact at the top than has at the bottom.
Although the mosque story is kind of interesting because as I understand what happened in the mosque was there was one man who came in and shot everyone. There was another man who was actually either tending to someone or helping someone who, when the police arrived, he thought this was more gunmen coming in. He ran away. He happened to fall right beside the Kalashnikov, or the rifle that the other guy had who'd been the real shooter. So he was originally arrested by the police, and then the police realized that they were wrong. So it's partly a function of trying to do a lot of things in really quick time, as you say, Catherine.
So yesterday in the newsroom, in anticipation of this panel, I kind of stood up, I'm brainstorming, trying to remember a case where I've actually covered something that was correcting the record of something that had gone out there. And I asked my colleagues in the room as well, and I said, does anyone remember any examples like this? And the only one I could come up with was during the Rob Ford years, when Mayor Rob Ford was saying, no, that's not the truth. And this kind of circles back to, I guess, what we were saying about what's gone on in the American system, especially given American politics and the fake headlines that are associated with that. When you have someone who should be accountable to the public, who is actually sharing information, propaganda, lies that they want the public to believe. So in that case, you know, we all know that then Mayor Rob Ford was denying that he had a drug problem, and those were the headlines. And I can tell you behind the scenes at CBC that we had the video of him smoking crack for a long, long time before we went public with it because of all the legalities around it. But my point is that going back to, is it a problem, Chris? I guess my thinking is that we have the advantage of being able to see how it snowballed in the US and using that small example of what happened with us here in Canada as what might be if we don't actually do something about this to preserve part of our democratic system.
I guess I would ask my other question, though, just to have a little bit of a debate. Is the assumption of this is that the public is too stupid to figure it out?
Catherine?
Because,
like
I
how
mean,
I did
to me,
that?
that's because I'm not sure the evidence is there that the public is that, I mean, there's lots of people who would, do we really think that Donald Trump won the election because in the United States because some people ran stories saying the Pope supported him?
I don't know that it's a presumption of intelligence. I'll say that. We know as social media users that we often get sucked in by a headline. You saw what happened when I said right off the bat, did you hear the one about the man who, you know, and you saw the reaction to everyone saying, oh my gosh, this man died lighting a fart on fire, which is fake, but quite clickable and shareable, right? So it's not that, it's more that I think, you know, and again, I'll quote something I heard recently, that the truth is boring, hard, and expensive. And that it's way easier to share kind of fictional content, lies, and have it widely shared faster, liked, retweeted, etc.
But does that mean people believe it?
That they believe it?
Yeah.
I don't know, Catherine, you have to weigh
Well,
in.
we are. I'm not going to say people are stupid.
No, but do they
I'm being
believe
pushed
it?
to say
Do
people
they-
are stupid, and I refuse to say it.
Do they believe it? I guess that's the better question. So if they're sharing it, do they believe it, or are they sharing it because it's a catchy headline?
I think people are really busy, and I think that they're absorbing a lot of things, and they're absorbing them in a different way than they used to. So if you're going through Twitter or a Facebook feed, you're not stopping to read every item on it. You're sort of absorbing what you see on your screen right in front of you without necessarily clicking and going more deeply into it. But our brains are absorbing something subconsciously, you know? Like, we're not stopping and reading it and critically saying, is this true or not true? Because I don't think we even realize that our brains are absorbing it subconsciously. I think that there is a danger to the way that we're reading news and accessing news and happening upon news now, mixed in with all of the other things in our Facebook feeds and in our Twitter feeds. And it's all kind of going in there without us taking the time to stop at each item and say, what do I think about this? Do I think it's true?
Well, just for fun, since I'm just having fun here today, maybe we're asking the wrong question. Maybe the question we shouldn't be asking is, should we be worked up by fake news? Maybe the question we should be asking is, what are Google and Facebook? Are Google and Facebook simply printing presses, or are Google and Facebook actually media companies? They would like you to believe, and they argue strongly, that in fact they're technology companies. And as technology companies, they have no obligation, they have no responsibility, and they don't spend any money on doing the things that news organizations do in terms of maintaining ethical standards, the morality of the moral implications of what they might be publishing, the editorial implications of what they're publishing. So is the debate about fake news really in Google and Facebook trying to change the channel so that we're not talking about should they be looked at as media companies rather than technology companies, and therefore, which would solve all our problems because there'd be thousands of jobs for journalists then have to apply all the same standards of the material they're broadcasting, just the same way that a television station or a radio station is broadcasting it, that they would have to apply all those same editorial standards that the Montreal Gazette did when Catherine was there, or that CBC did when I was, and still does when I was there. Right now, they don't have to apply any of those. And they're, at the moment, busy trying to raise the question of fake news, but I don't think they really want the question to be, are they media companies, and should they have to do the things that other media companies have to do with the incumbent related costs?
It's just been in the last week, actually, that Sheryl Sandberg, the COO, said we are not the arbiters of truth. You know, but at the same time, she does recognize that there's an extremely damaging momentum created by lies that are shared through that medium. And I don't know that, you know, I think that in this room we probably all recognize it as an information portal and not a news portal, and especially in a media studies program or in this school, in your school, and, you know, in our backgrounds we have that self-awareness. But this goes back to Catherine saying, you know, are we checking our sources for where the information is coming from and assessing them? Are we?
I heard, I was at a conference recently where somebody was talking, I think the name of his company was NZ Insight, based in Finland. And he was studying how Facebook's algorithm might have affected the US election. And basically, the way he describes it, I found it totally frightening. And this goes to Chris's point, like, should Facebook be held up as a media, should it have to follow media rules? I just don't, I can't even conceive of how that's possible with everything that goes through it. And what he was saying, because Facebook was set up as a social sharing system, that's its entire reason for being, is to get people to share things. It's actually, when people really understand it, it's easy to game it, is the way he says it. Like, it basically, if you can it's based on sharing and emotion. And so if you are putting across a political message, all you have to do is make sure, not all you have to do, but if you make sure it's emotional and direct and short, so for example, just a photo with a few words on it, rather than a more nuanced, couple of hundred words of text, it's gonna be much more shared than the nuanced few hundred words of text. And if you put it out when public engagement is really high, like during a presidential debate, it's going to be shared exponentially. And so Trump's people understood how to do this. They understood how to game the system. So they put out short emotional bursts and got huge public engagement at the right time. And the Democrats were much more nuanced. They were much more contextual, which is what you think you want from news, but it just isn't shared the same way.
Chris, you wanted to say something?
I was going to say something and I've forgotten what I was going to say. Tom Rosenstiel, who some people may know, he's runs the American Press Institute, was at Carleton, my university, a couple of weeks ago, talking. He's written a couple of very good books, one of which is The Elements of Journalism. Some of you may have read it. It's a great book in the latest edition with Bill Kovacs. He said that Facebook, in fact, changed their algorithm partway through the election campaign to change what stories would be featured high up on people's pages, and that he believes that the people who were producing fake news for money, the people in the Macedonians or where the heck they were, figured that out quickly than other people did, and that's why they were able to use that to some extent. But I don't want to make it look like we're beating up on Facebook. I think there's an equally good question to ask about news aggregators like Google, which are putting news stories on their aggregation page based on the number of people that are clicking on it or whatever else their algorithms might be. So I think there's good questions to ask about about these organizations, about whether in fact they do have responsibilities as media, or are they just printing presses, or the modern version of.
Is that where we're going? Do they have responsibility as media? I mean, is that are we in a transitional period where they assume that responsibility? Because it seems that they're shirking it right now, but that's only because we're putting it to them, right?
I think they have to have at least as much responsibility as the news industry, as distributors of the information. They're not consciously distributing it, but they are the means of distribution. And right now, the news industry is bending over backwards with its fact checking. I mean, it's already too short-staffed, but it's having to spend all of its time checking facts just so that it can label stories. Associated Press has a thing where it labels stories. This has been checked and it's true, or this has been checked and you should question this part of it. A lot of the media in the US is giving up that whole idea of being balanced, which was such a big thing for decades, because they're saying balanced is not enough. To give 5 minutes to this side and 5 minutes to that side is not actually getting at the truth. It's not getting at accuracy.
Right, when the two sides, in cases like climate change and other issues like that, right? The other thing that's happening is Facebook, you may have seen on your Facebook feeds in the last week or two, Facebook has started a bit of a campaign to try to educate people on how to read news and information on Facebook, and there's a 4 or 5 step thing that if anyone checked on, it was at the top of your news feeds, and if you checked on it, you could check on it and see, who wrote it, where did it come from, does it make sense, things like that, to try to deal with the issue at some point on their level too.
Yeah, the top 10 ways to spot fake news. So let's talk about trust. You gave a lot of statistics in your opening remark about the trust factor. Cynically, I was thinking, oh my God, we trust no one anymore.
No, that's not,
right?
but that's not what I said. What I
No,
said
I
was
know.
65 to 70% of people trusted trusted or largely trusted mainstream news organizations. So to me, that says that the names of the CBC, the Globe and Mail, the Toronto Star, whatever it is, have some residual value because people understand and still understand the processes in a general sense that they go through before they publish, broadcast, or print things. And I think that's an opportunity for them to take advantage of that to some extent. But what we were struck with was how many people actually were skeptical of stuff they got on social media. So why don't we ask the audience, what do you guys think? How many of you mostly trust or completely trust things you see on social media?
Show of hands, maybe?
Yeah. Hands up who do? One half of a hand of a lady over there.
One very tentative hand saying, I want to say I do.
And how many of you trust or mostly trust things you may see or hear on CBC television or read it in the Globe and Mail or the Montreal Gazette or whatever else? Okay. And how many of you just don't trust anybody? The guys in the front row, yeah, okay.
Okay, but if you come upon something in social media, do you know what the source of it is?
Do you check what the source of it is?
Like, do you know if it comes from the Globe or?
Go ahead. So the question is, what if your social media is filled with information from different media, different journalists, not just family friends?
That are just individuals, you mean, but like not linked to an organization as well, or? Right. Well,
freelancers are part of an organization. Okay.
I mean, my answer to that would be that one of the changes that's taken place as we've moved away from mainstream, from being dominated by the traditional news organizations that basically gave you news when they wanted to give it to you, whether it was television, radio, or newspapers, to you getting news when you want, and there being a lot more sources, there's a lot more responsibility on you as audience now to actually do some of that work for yourself. And people may not want to do it, but that doesn't mean that someone who is an independent person writing about something is not worth paying attention to. You've got to read him or her a few times and make a decision about whether you think they're valuable or not. Because certainly one of the big benefits of social media is the ability and I think a lot of people rely on it, is the ability to take information that you think is interesting or important and to pass it on to your friends and let them know about it as well. And they read it based on the fact they think you're a smart person. So, but there is more. When news was delivered to you by news organizations, there was very little responsibility on your part it was all there and you consumed it. But now there's more responsibility on audiences too.
You agree with that?
I agree.
Yeah, excellent.
and I mean, that's what Catherine's trying to do in her study, is to figure out how you construct organizations that can work together to put information that the public will trust.
That's right. So who else in the community has a process of producing information where they are actually verifying it the way that the news industry does, where they are producing it in an independent way, like somebody isn't paying them to produce it with this angle, who can write it, who's producing it for the public at large, which is another thing that we take for granted in journalism, but a lot of stuff is being produced for very specialized audiences, and that's a different kind of information. So these are the elements of journalism that I'm trying to find elsewhere in the community to greater and lesser success.
Yeah, I was going to add what complicates the question about whether Google and Facebook are simply transmitters of information or if they're media as well, is of course news organizations have tried to use Facebook as ways to both broaden the distribution of some of their material by getting involved in business arrangements with Facebook. And Facebook on the other side has been willing to say to news organizations, we'll share a percentage of advertising that comes onto those pages with you, and news organizations are interested in that because the advertising they're getting at the moment is disappearing for them, and that's a big part of their problem. So everybody's kind of conflicted in this a little bit, even the politicians who would have to decide if they want to regulate Facebook and Google, who of course Facebook and Google Facebook particularly is a big campaigning tool now.
And we're navigating a transition in that as well. And I mean, we've heard the government say recently, though they're talking about this issue, it doesn't seem like it's one that they're willing to tackle anyway. The other thing I was going to mention, Catherine, you had just talked about the individual doing this news, and I know one of the questions that we had from our group was around the idea of citizen journalism and how this factors into truth and perception and trust. What do the two of you think that is? What about the intersect of citizen journalism and the rise of fake news or the distribution of material that's not necessarily true?
My concern with citizen journalism isn't that there would be deliberate attempts to write things that aren't true or to produce information that isn't true. It's that, as you know, having going through this program here, there are a lot of processes that journalists go through, things that you learn, ways that you check things, sources that you go to, not taking anything for granted. And citizens who don't have that kind of training don't even know if they're missing it, is my fear. And so, we've all heard of neighborhood Facebook pages where people post information, oh, this is why the pothole hasn't been fixed. This is why the lights are out or whatever. But often they are just giving what they heard from another neighbor down the street, and nobody has thought to actually phone City Hall or the councillor to actually get on the record, why is the pothole not fixed yet? And so that's my concern with citizens producing journalism, not that they would do anything wrong deliberately, just that they don't know the steps to go through.
Yeah, I'd add to that I think one of the big roles for journalists, particularly in the world where there's, we heard Nora Young talking about information earlier today and how much of it's around. One of the big jobs of journalists, I think, increasingly is to provide a degree of context around information, the stories you hear. Why is it important? What actually happened? That great question, has it ever happened before? And almost every circumstance it has. So journalism and professional journalists can do that in a way that some people who are citizen journalists may be able to do that, but it's often they don't have the time or the inclination to actually spend that effort to try to produce something that's more than just. They may play a great role in reporting what they saw about something, and that's can be very valuable. But and at the same time, there are also some people who are doing blogs on specialized subjects who can actually be very good. So again, it comes back, I think, in part to actually reading what they're doing and seeing what they're doing and deciding for yourself whether, in fact, they're making sense or not. But there are things that journalists know how to do, and that are elements of journalism, to borrow Mr. Rosensteel's book title, that citizen journalists, I think, don't really get involved in very much. And I think in the current environment, things like context are really important.
But I do think there's a thing with citizens that we might not think of as journalism, but is, and that is their personal experiences and stories, because the news industry is getting so small, it's doing a lot less of that kind of personal storytelling, neighborhood storytelling, which is really important. It knits communities together, it makes us feel engaged with the people who live around us and with this city. And we are all experts on ourselves, right? We know our stories. They don't need, and even if somebody, does a little kind of.
Well, and a big part of journalism, and a big part of journalists is just people who ask questions about why did that happen, or what happened here, or why is this going on? And citizens can do that very well as well. Yeah. They may not know that there was a debate about this issue 5 years ago in which someone said this and now he's saying that, and other sorts of things, but yeah.
Yeah, it's the contraction of the newsrooms that's contributing to this issue as well, right? There's a greater need for citizen journalists, and yet at the same time, just how they're used. And I'll tell you also that going out to any breaking news scene has never been it's not any different than what you're seeing shared on Facebook. You go out and you hear from a bunch of people on their take on what happened, but then you're going to your official sources to find out what happened, whether that's police, fire, your counselor, etc. The difference is that we're not rushing to publication until we get those facts straight, whereas at a couple of clicks and you've just shared in 140 characters that someone has done something that they didn't, or that the information is wrong. And I think that's going back to just that diligence, Catherine, when you're saying about the training or the steps involved, that there isn't a malicious nature to it. it's just kind of like a conversation the same way we might have had in a village way back.
But citizens can also contribute to countering fake news or misleading news, because everybody is photographing so much and videoing so much and putting it up so quickly that that sometimes you can find something online to prove that something that somebody said was not true. Oh, here's this just person who was there who videotaped something, put it up, and there's the evidence that.
Well, look at the G20 protests and riots are a perfect example. I think probably in Canada, one of the best examples that was tried out in court in terms of the biggest mass arrest in Canadian history, and that most of those cases were thrown out because of the video of citizen journalism.
Yeah, and some of it can have a huge impact. I mean, you can also look at the Robert Chigansky case, which was the man in Vancouver who was tasered by the RCMP. This would be 5 or 6 years ago now, probably. Or, I mean, the work of citizens can be unbelievably powerful. I don't know, many of you probably know of the Sami Yatim case, the fellow who was shot on the streetcar. Well, if you just say that the police officer fired 3 shots and then waited 8 seconds and then fired another 5 shots, you can read that and that's fine. But if you actually watch that video, even though the video that was shot from across the street, you know, you could hear was the shots, you hear the 3 shots and then the 5 seconds seems to take an eternity, and they fire another 5, and you sort of, that hits you in a very different way, because you sort of say, well, what possibly could have happened after the first 3 that would require, there was so much time there in between, just as listening to it, that sort of being on the scene for those things can be very important, both in telling us what happened and also in challenging the quote-unquote official versions of what happened, with the caveat that's important as well, that often when we see that sort of video, we see the climactic few moments, but we don't see all the period that leads up to the climactic few moments, and that can somehow have an impact on what people's actions or responses are. So it cuts both ways to some degree.
Yeah, and in that case, he was acquitted in the second charge. Just
this
is an aside, but like you had 6 different camera angles, and plus you had the citizen journalism video, and he's convicted. But anyway, I wanted to pick up on the Shattered Mirror report that came out, which, as some of you might know, was done by veteran journalist Edward Greenspan, and was just about changing journalism and how it relates to a democratic system. Yeah, and this really plays into your studies right now and your research right now, I think, Catherine. What are your thoughts on that? I know it's a vast question, but I want you to take it wherever you want to take it. That's the power I'm bestowing, right? Yeah.
So the Shattered Mirror report was really interesting because it is looking for, is there a government solution to the funding problem of the news industry? And it really is looking at it from the point of view of the news industry. It did the survey of Canadians, but in terms of looking for solutions and really deciding what the issues were, it was really looking at it from inside this news industry bubble almost. And I have some problems with that. I think that society is changing so quickly that the news industry is looking just at the technological issues it's facing, and it's not looking at the big social changes, like the fact that they're not the gatekeeper anymore, that everybody can publish. And that, none of that, to me, seems to be taken into account in this report, in saying, you know, some government funding in this way or that way can keep us going, but can keep this industry going that doesn't quite fit the times anymore, it seems to me.
Yeah, I will give her credit for saying this, and I don't know if she said it publicly, but she said it to me. So I'm going to quote her. It's Madeleine Drohan, who's the Canadian correspondent for The Economist, and Madeleine's view of the report was, it felt like a report written by taxi drivers about Uber when they really should be thinking about autonomous vehicles.
That's very good.
And that was, yeah, that's why I quoted it. I wouldn't claim to say it was mine, but I think there is some elements of that, and it felt like it had some of the sense in it that the news media is a very small C conservative organization. It doesn't, and particularly in the current environment, it doesn't want to take any risks. One of the problems it faces at the moment is it's losing advertising quickly, and it's losing audiences quickly, and they're desperately worried that they're afraid of taking a risk if they take a risk, they will drive away some of the audience that they still have left, and they're not sure that the risk they're taking is going to replace it with a new audience. And it kind of felt there was to me there was in the report, I mean, I'm not much of a fan of funds to fund things that if there's not an audience for. And I mean, I could be really harsh, I guess. I mean, when the Guelph Mercury shut down, the Guelph Mercury, which was how old it had been running, 130, 140 years. Well, it shut down. When it shut down, at its peak, it had 22,000 readers. When it shut down, it had 9,000. And so government supporting the Guelph Mercury won't turn that 9,000 back to 22. I mean, part of it, I think, is the things Catherine is talking about, is changes in society and changes in how we get news, what we want from news, and who we want to deliver it to us.
I was just thinking about just the bigger question there about the going back to revenue streams and how that has all happened. But
well, I mean, the survey that we did as related to, as part of that survey, produced some interesting results between that and the focus groups that we did. First, the conclusions, I think I could read Alan Gregg's much more erudite version of it than mine, but I'll just do the quick version, which is what we discovered is the public has no understanding or appreciation that the news media is facing any financial problems. They don't know anything about that. They don't know the degree to which they don't have any understanding of how news is created or what it costs to create news. They believe, because wherever they turn on the computer or whenever they'll find news, they believe news will always be there no matter what happens. They have no interest in paying for anything online. They think it all should be free. Well, to be fair, they think labor is worth paying for, it just shouldn't be paid for by them. And they also think that government should not be getting involved in funding any of this, because if government gets involved and funded it will inevitably mean that the media that's funded by government will report the government's, will become supplicants to the government of some form or another, and will pull their punches on stories or do sorts of things. And that's a pretty discouraging environment for most media organizations to have to deal with. But I mean, maybe they should be thinking more about what they can do to educate people on some of those things, and maybe not worrying as much about fake news.
I think I want to leave some time for questions, and I'm going to suggest that either we can have a microphone come to you, or you can come take the center. Is the center one on? Or if you prefer, you can just raise your hand, shout it out, and I can repeat your question. Whatever works best for anyone who's shy out there. And in the meantime, while you're thinking of your first question, I'll just leave it on this. So is this all media navel-gazing for us to talk about fake news?
Well, I've been the one arguing that maybe it is. I think there are more important issues for news organizations to be concerned about. Now, I should also say that I think the environment in Canada is very different than it is in the United States on a whole bunch of levels. Our politics are not as polarized as they are in the United States. Attempts to make them more polarized have generally failed, and I'm thinking about things like the snitch line that the Conservatives tried to promote for what I forget what it's called now. What they were, barbaric cultural practices snitch line. Things like that, and that generally was a failure. Our media is not as polarized as it is in the United States. The attempt to do that with Sun News in Canada, a news network in a room, was a dismal failure. Nobody was interested and nobody wanted to watch it, or more importantly, no one wanted to pay for it. If they thought, I mean, that was mostly a clever scheme to try to force people to pay, and then Mr. Pelledo would make a lot of money. I think having a public broadcaster in Canada makes a significant difference in that the public broadcaster has standards that everybody, the public broadcaster has standards that everybody knows about. The public broadcaster, despite people saying what they want to say about the CBC, I think in most major markets in the country, CBC radio is the largest audience, radio is a very fractured market, so the largest audience is maybe 15 or 20% of the market. But that's still a significant percentage of people who are getting their news and information from CBC on radio, let alone television. And the standards of public broadcasting, I think, both are understood by the public, and I think they also force their competitors to maintain standards as well that they might not maintain otherwise. And is there another one? Those are mostly the main ones. So that we're in a very different environment. So I think that has an impact on all of it too.
I agree, a very different environment, but it's good to be able to just stop and look at the United States and say, look what's happening there. Is it happening here? Are there lessons that we should learn? Because sometimes we are just behind the curve. Sometimes they are just a little bit ahead of us. In this case, I agree with Chris that we're quite a different society, but it still doesn't hurt to stop and say, what are the issues that really led to that, and are there elements that we should be looking at here? And I think there are elements that are instructive for us.
Thank you. Questions? Yes.
I think it's easy to talk about this with a group of people who I can say are media literate, but I think with social media, we know that there's a lot of young people who are on social media, like 6-year-olds, 4-year-olds. It's pretty ridiculous, but there are really young children on social media. So in talking about fake news, whose responsibility is it to be teaching these kids how to find their sources? And you guys talked a lot about make sure you're verifying sources. When I get my news on social media, I go on what I consider to be credible news sources. But in your opinion, whose job is it? Is it the elementary schools and the public schools? Is it the news outlets themselves? Who's responsible and whose job is it to be teaching this?
Well, you think of your answers. I'm just going to say, who taught you and when?
I don't know. I mean, I took journalism here, and I've been studying media.
But did it predate that?
I don't know. I think I've been so submerged in it in an education institution that I don't know. And because it was when what we consider to be the typical platforms like Twitter and stuff, I remember being in high school and getting my first Twitter account, Facebook account. So it was while I was learning it in school because I chose to study that and I paid money to study that, but what about people who aren't?
Media is such a big word. I mean, we're talking news industry, we're talking advertising, public relations. It all kind of comes into the same pot. So I would say that the responsibility lies everywhere that you mentioned. I think that parents should be teaching their children about this. I remember the first time my parents tried to tell me that something I was watching on TV on an ad wasn't necessarily true. I was shocked and appalled that something, but it's good that they said that to me, even though it crushed my dreams. I think it is the responsibility of the schools. I can't believe that media literacy isn't a required course all the way through school with the world that we're living in today. I think that the news industry should step up and collaborate with others in helping them to teach it, because the news industry just thinks that everybody knows how things work, and as Chris says, people don't know how the industry works. The New York Times just decided to change the way it runs Datelines, right? Because it realized that a new generation does not know that the name a city at the top of a story means that's where the reporter is.
And
so
it's called a dateline, in fact.
And that it's called a dateline. So they changed it to say, so-and-so in Cairo.
Interestingly enough, we have to teach our first-year journalism students how to read a newspaper, because nobody knows how to read a newspaper anymore. They don't know how a newspaper is laid out, why it's laid out in the way it is, where stories are placed, all those sorts of things. So I would agree with Catherine. I think to me, it's just part of general socialization in terms of what you learn. You learn at home not to scream things out in public sometimes. You learn, maybe some do, maybe some don't. You learn other sorts of things. So I think it should be part of that, but I think the school system, yes. And I certainly think media and news organizations, to some degree, that's what Facebook is doing with the thing that they've actually done, is sort of say people need to understand more about where this material comes from and how you should look at it and what you should actually do. So I'd say the same.
I like the idea of the academic consistency that you could get through an education system. Just that idea of, at a very, as you said, a media literacy course, and not necessarily a course, but just something consistently integrated into curriculum where you're starting at a very young age in terms of exposure. I don't know if that's ever going to happen, because I don't think that I think that what you're referring to is that on an individual level, different people are making different choices, and what might be shared by some as factual or great information is being assessed by others as terrible information, and then having to go around and correct that record. But I think someone behind you had a question. Do you have the microphone? Or yeah.
Hi. Oh, is it working? Okay, cool. So one thing that she did mention is that, you know, she was going to school for journalism, but how do people learn it themselves? I mean, I think we're the generation that's still in the transition where our parents read newspapers, we watch the news, it's residual, and this is what we know, it's the only thing we know, whereas we have generations coming out, so the only thing that they know is media. So how, like, we're all talking about whose job is it, where should the onus go? And I think I agree with you that it's actually taking up way too much time in terms of, oh, we need to like gatekeep the fake news, when really the internet just won't accommodate for that. There's no manpower in the world that could continue to, you know, filter all of this. So how do we create a discourse where the individual themselves, because that's what's lacking, I think, like politically, and in the past people would discuss their ideas and then the truth would come out, like that's John Stuart Mill, I believe. So how do we create a discourse in younger generations as well? Do we teach it like in the schools? Do we put asterisks next to photoshopped images like people in France are doing? How does that discourse happen? Because I think that's the real problem, not necessarily the news itself.
And just to clarify, you're saying that you are still part of the generation where you saw your parents reading newspapers or watching, because that's a big transition too, right? When I was growing up, my family watched the news all together, and it was, in fact, you know, my mom saw Lisa LaFlamme on the air one time and said, hey, you should do her job. And, you know, and, but the point is that there was that kind of community engagement, or you would see your parents reading the newspapers, etc. And now you're on a tablet and there isn't that connection. So in answer to her, how do you tackle that?
Well, I think you probably have to admit you're never going to get everybody engaged and involved. There's a lot of, I don't know that I call it political theory, but there are a lot of people who think, there's a theory that says that really there's about 20% of the population that's actually engaged on anything at any given time, whether it's public policy or anything else. And ultimately, that 20%, by talking about it and by doing things that they do, that then filters down to the rest of everyone else. And if you look, I mean, I'm talking public policy at the moment, but, you know, at the moment, we still only had, in the last election, we had 68% of the people who, 68% of eligible voters voted, 68.5. That's up from the low 50s. In the United States, it was 54% who voted in the last presidential election who were eligible to vote. So there's lots of people who are just disengaged and not interested at all, one way or the other. And I don't know how you reach them other than you talking about it, if people are saying something that's not right, that's factually incorrect, people actually taking the time to raise that, and teaching people at school how you can go about finding information and answering some of the questions. And you know, I go back to, I quoted Craig Silverman once, so I'll quote Craig Silverman again. One of the best things I heard him say, and he said lots of good things, is if you're a journalist, and you can also extend this to being just an average person, when somebody says something to you, ask them how do they know that? And see what the answer is. How do they know that, as Craig says, is a really good question. Because they'll have to tell you, in theory, how they discovered that. And then you can have a discussion about where the source was and what everything else was. So I think it's incumbent upon everybody to, just as it's incumbent upon people not to speak up if somebody makes a verbal slur at someone in public or attacks somebody one way or the other. How do you know that's a really good question to ask lots of times to lots of people and see what they say?
So is the idea you have to teach critical thinking rather than teaching media literacy, maybe?
Well, I think probably both. Both you need to understand what the role of the media is, what it does, what the different media are. And the second level of that is then to look at it like you look at everything else critically. That doesn't mean negatively, but it means, how do you know that?
I also think that, you know, in your point of the globalization and the signal to noise ratio and not being able to stay on top of things, that you are actually the ambassadors of this. I mean, you are the agents of change in doing this. So when Chris is making a suggestion like that, it will change the dialogue and start a new one. Do we have time for one more question? Is that okay? One more? Do you want to shout it out over there, or the microphone may have gone? Do you? I'm sorry, I didn't know. Okay, that's my
I was going to ask two, but I guess I'll stick to one. There are two quick ones, but okay.
Go for it. We're good with that.
Okay, so you kind of talked about getting your news off of social media, and I find that it's really easy to kind of get into your own bubble now. You can kind of block out any news sources that you don't really like or trust, and kind of just only see news that you want to see. So I kind of just wanted to get your thoughts on how we can kind of get out of our hyper-partisan bubbles that we've kind of built up over the years, and also if you could just talk about the CBC as a public broadcaster. There's a lot of conservative leadership candidates right now talking about moving to a PBS model of funding for that, and I just wanted to get your thoughts on the CBC moving possibly to a PBS model for funding.
Filter bubbles are a tough one, and I have to say, I have no ideas on it. I'm just going to be honest and say I just don't know how to break out of that. I think it is a really serious problem. I mean, now people consciously have to make the decision to be more broadly informed, whereas before they almost consciously had to make a decision to be narrowly informed, you know, and I don't know how you accomplish that.
And here's what we know about it statistically, that people who are seeking out that kind of information, people like to have, they increase the type of coverage that they're looking for based on wanting to affirm their own values and beliefs. So there's this snowball effect to it, where that's what we saw in the US. And one of the teachings, I guess, that came out of that was that you knew that people were taking in that information, then looking for more like-minded information like that, because it bolsters their own way of thinking and legitimizes where they are. And I guess that just, you put the onus on the individual to be critically minded enough to diversify, but I guess you're right. There's no easy answer to that one.
Yeah, I think it's a challenge it's certainly a challenge in the paywall world, where you can't get behind paywalls in some cases to actually, I mean, I admit that, you know, I had some fourth-year students who, we had a little assignment in a course I was teaching last year, where we were talking about search engine optimization for headlines, and we sent our students out to buy newspapers and look at the same stories in the online edition of the newspaper and see how the headline differs or is the same, looking at search engine optimization. And several students admitted in fourth-year journalism that was the first time they'd ever bought a newspaper, which was interesting, but maybe part of the newspaper industry's problem. But it's difficult. I mean, I would think, you know, you're going to use social media. If you can subscribe to, if you can find other media that you think are interesting or valuable, that doesn't necessarily mean old style ones. There's things like Vox, there's a bunch of others that are actually quite interesting and produce good material these days. One of the things everyone is into at the moment is newsletters of one form or another, which give you a headline, you know, give you a daily or a whatever of the top stories that they're running. Maybe try to subscribe to a few of those so you're getting those in your inbox every day, which may be just more stuff you throw out along with a note from Amazon telling you what's on sale this week. But at least it's giving you exposure to a range of different things, some of which may not be in agreement with what you think.
Even better if it's not in agreement with what you think.
Absolutely, yes, for sure. Because, I mean, that's one of the great things about a newspaper, the old style of a newspaper, is you'd always come across things that you didn't know you were going to be interested in if you read it, and you would often come across different points of view than the ones you already had. And if you wanted to read it, you would at least be exposed to someone else's point of view.
What about the second question, the PBS model of funding for CBC?
Yeah.
Do we have a short answer to that one?
No. I don't have any fundamental problem with a PBS model of funding, but I think you've got to, and in some respects I've got problems with government funding, but it's part of a bigger question about what is, you know, we're, in the broadcasting system we have in the country at the moment, we're operating under a broadcasting act that was passed in 1991. And we know how deeply the 1991 Broadcasting Act dealt with the internet, dealt with digital publication, dealt with all those sorts of issues. Governments, a succession of liberal and conservative governments, have for the last 30 years been unwilling to say what they want the public broadcaster to be and what they want the public broadcaster to do. So it vacillates between some, and the CBC is caught in a terrible position. If it tries to replicate what the private broadcasters do, by producing programming that may get lots of audiences, people will say, why do we need the CBC? Because the private broadcasters are there. If the CBC tries to do different broadcasting and different programming, I'm talking television primarily here, that's different than what the private broadcasters do, then the people will say, well, why would we fund that? Nobody's watching it. So, and no one, this government has started to address that a little bit in terms of giving the CBC an indication that it's going to have 5-year funding, whereas up to now they've had to fund on an annual basis. And if you can imagine running an organization with every year not knowing what your budget's going to be the next year in the current environment, that's a very difficult thing to do. How much further they go may be revealed when Mélanie Joly, the the Heritage Minister, releases the Canadian Cultural Policy Review later this summer, and we'll see what happens. But the word I've heard, for what it's worth, is that the CBC put out a document last fall talking about give us $400 million more and we'll take advertising off everything. I think the government is going to come back to them and say, well, we're giving you $165 million more. You decide what you want to do, but you're not getting any more money. We'll see. Was that short enough?
Do we have time
We
for
unfortunately
more?
don't have time for any more questions, but we do encourage you to talk to the three of them after this session really quickly to ask your question. Please and thank you. But we do want to say thank you to the three of them, Chris, Catherine, and Stephanie. We do have gifts from Guelph-Humber. So Steph, here we are. This is Catherine's right here. I have the rest of them over here. Thank you, Shaina. Here we go.
You guys were a great audience. Thank you.
Yes, you were. Here we go. And we want to take a photo op with the three of you. If you could just sit in the center stage, Stephanie. Thank you. Don't sit on the table, but hey, pose around a little bit. Make a good moment out of it.
It wouldn't look good either way.
Hey, it'll look good anyway. Amazing. Let's give another round of applause. Oh, give me a second. Amazing. Thank you so much, Stephanie, Catherine, and Chris. We really appreciate the panel discussion here. But we are going to move on to our breakout sessions now, okay? And like I said, I do encourage anyone who has questions to go find Stephanie, Chris, or Catherine and ask those questions, all right? So the next breakout session that's coming up is Battling Censorship and Breaking the Silence, which is going to be in room 117. That is featuring Theodora Pasca, CHOMYN. Oh, sorry, I'm on the last one. We're moving on to our newest breakout session, actually. Sorry, so we are actually going to be doing From Breaking News to Catching Views in room 111 with Anika Elliott, lifestyle blogger and content creator. We also have Generation Yes, Establishing Yourself in a New Media Landscape in room 117 with Ray Lagaya. He has 1.5 million followers across all of his social media platforms, so take advantage of that. And we also have Living for Likes, behind the scene of social media endorsements with Rachel David, YouTube personality and marketing agency entrepreneur, and she will be in room 121. I will see everyone back here at 3:30. Have fun, everyone.
exactly, because I feel like there's this, but then there's also all of this, right? I'll try to figure out, I'll move back and forth a little bit here, but how's everybody doing? All is well, excellent. Thanks so much for coming out and taking some time to chat with me a little bit here. I really appreciate it. As Vanessa mentioned, my name is Anika Elliott. I am a recovering reporter, formerly of CP24 News, where I was a reporter, anchor, host for quite some time. And now, as Vanessa mentioned, I am a lifestyle blogger, content creator. I just launched a new digital talk show through my YouTube channel, and so it's been a big shift for me in terms of my career and just life, people. It's just been a bit of a change for me. For those of you who don't know me, I just thought I would talk a little bit about where I come from and sort of what I'm doing now. And then I really just want this to be interactive because it's easiest for me to address your questions, comments, concerns, because I don't know where you're all coming from in terms of where you want to go and what your perspectives are. So please, let's just have a chat. Let's just have a conversation. And before I forget, can we vlog? Can I do a quick something? Because I've really been focusing on documenting my life and this whole journey and this process and stuff. So I got my little nifty business here. Okay, so I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna walk over. Everybody, welcome to Guelph-Humber, and we're at the Emerge conference. Say what's up, everybody. What's up? What is going on? We're just gonna do a little bit of a chat here, talking about from breaking news to catching views, literally. So let me close this down and get to the business, please. So I've been in the broadcast industry for over 10 years now. I started off in radio as a reporter and a weekend anchor at News Talk 1010, which at the time we called CFRB Radio. So I was there from my third year of university, I believe. We were there, and I stayed on as an anchor, weekend reporter, as I mentioned. So I'm trying to put up pictures here throughout my whole career, just to give you an idea of where I came from, what we're dealing with. Okay, so this is me in the anchor booth back in the day on the weekends when I had no life, and my friends were calling me saying, "Where are you? Where you going?" But I was working there on the weekend. Hi, friend. Can you tell me, where did you go to university? Oh, I didn't want to say. I didn't want to put it out there because I'm at Guelph-Humber. I went to Ryerson University. So I was at Ryerson in my third year of university. There was a summer internship, which is no longer there actually. And then I started as a reporter in the summer, and then moved on to anchoring on the weekends and also doing traffic and stuff. So this was me probably, what time does it say there? 9, 5 something? Really? That must have been 5 in the morning because I was never there that much in the afternoon. So essentially from CFRB Radio, I moved on to the Weather Network because I really wanted to break into the TV industry, and I found it through the Weather Network. So I started as an on-call broadcaster at the Weather Network as a national weather broadcaster. I actually got the job because I created a fake demo reel. I went on Craigslist and I found some random videographer. And I was like, hey, come on down. I want to pretend that I'm a reporter. And I did a bunch of hits. I did a hit coming out of what was Metro or whatever it was before, and I was talking about botulism has hit the Loblaws or whatever, and then I did a little piece outside of H&M, I did something outside Hard Rock Cafe, and put that all together, combined with, obviously I was able to do the radio stuff, so I combined that all together, and that's what I sent off for the Weather Network, and was called in to be an on-call weather broadcaster. And I mimicked and studied and pretended I was, and here's the flow of the on-stream coming through, and just, kind of faked it till I made it. And so that's kind of how I got my start in TV at the Weather Network. I don't know the order of this thing, so I might be going in the wrong direction. So hey, yay. It's the green screen Weather Network days. From the Weather Network, I was there from 2006 to 2008. In 2008, that's when I started working at CP24 News. I started there as a weather specialist, and then eventually did traffic, and then I started reporting, and then I was hosting, and then I was anchoring. So I was doing 800 different things at CP24. So I was at CP24 2008 till 2011 when I started to go part-time at CTV News Toronto and Canada AM. And then I also started a media networking company called the Media Huddle. Eventually came back to CP24 full-time in 2013. And then in the fall of 2016, decided to leave CP24 fully to start my own digital venture. And this is where I am now. So just to give you an idea of where things went. And essentially, I left CP24 News because I wanted to rediscover my voice. I felt like I was telling other people's stories for so long that I had forgotten my own. And because I started reporting in the industry at such a young age, I hadn't graduated from university yet, I was kind of tunnel vision, and I was just sort of going along, and I guess that's what I'm supposed to do, this is what I'm supposed to wear, this is how I'm supposed to talk, let me just keep going with the flow, and I never really came up for air, and I was starting to lose myself, and I also was starting to realize with this shift to new media, digital media, whatever you want to call it, I couldn't see myself developing a brand and becoming the name that I wanted to in that new landscape. So I had to kind of step back and say, what am I working toward? Because a lot of people would say, you know what, why would you leave a full-time gig at one of the most highly sought after, companies in Canada? And it was a great place to work. I still have many great friends there, learned so much, and I'm always so grateful for that opportunity. But once again, I was not in a position to get to where I wanted to be, because in the traditional sense, it's more about the content and not so much about the person. It's not so much about the personality. And I wanted to be a personality and not a reporter. And so I couldn't continue to just go along doing it, knowing that that's not where I wanted to be. And so I had to take a step back and essentially rebrand. It's a rebranding that I'm doing right now because people always see me in one way. I get opportunities offered to me because of how people perceive me. They believe they know, oh, this is my friend Victor. What's up, Victor? Victor is actually a former colleague of mine. I won't tell you where he works. I can tell you? Okay, so he's actually a senior editor at Your Morning on CTV, Bell Media. But he moonlights as a photographer, and then he edits Ben Mulroney stuff. Okay, I'm joking. But exactly, so great friends still with people from CP24. Yeah, and so I wanted to rediscover my voice, and that's basically where I started launching my lifestyle blog. And it really is a personal blog that allowed me to kind of find myself again and figure out, what's my brand, what's my voice. And so I'm so really grateful to digital media because it allowed me to develop a community. And that's the thing about what I like about digital media is that it allows me and people like me, and particularly people who are underrepresented in traditional media, and not just Black people or people of color, or if you have a minority viewpoint or a niche or something that is not necessarily represented in traditional media, I find that digital media has leveled the playing field and has allowed me to find that space in that community, in the sense that I've now launched my digital talk show. It's a lifestyle talk show for the Caribbean diaspora, because I actually was born in Canada, grew up in the Caribbean on an island called St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It's where Pirates of the Caribbean was filmed, guys. Don't you know? It's like 110,000 people. It's like the place to be. But left there, came back, and so I found myself kind of at an intersection of, I'm a Canadian woman, but I'm also Caribbean, and I was just wanting a place to express myself from that double consciousness from the place where I was. And I was feeling some dissonance, so to speak, from what I did as a reporter, where everybody thought I was pretty boring and had good morning. I'm Anika Elliott, here's the weather, and this is what's happening in the news. And I just was getting a friction between who I was on TV and who I really am. And so I'm so grateful that, you know, digital media has allowed me to do that. So now basically I have this lifestyle blog, and then I also do a little bit of acting, because once again, I'm now free to sort of discover passions. Mind you, I'm not really doing too much of a stretch with the acting, because I play a reporter and a host. I'm a reporter on Designated Survivor, and I was on Conviction, but again, not too much of a stretch. But again, it's allowing me to try different things and to express myself, because it can be limiting in news specifically. These are just other random pictures. This is on the set of my new show, and that's me and that dude McFly. Giovanna, right here, actually took this exact picture, one of your classmates. She was volunteering. Okay. And this is me and Jamie and Travis when we did the morning show, weekend morning show at CP24, and this is what I'm doing now. This was past stuff with Pooja and Gurdeep, CP24 days, and my guys. Just really, really great friends still, and I miss them. But sometimes you just gotta take a leap to grow, you know, and the net will appear. But I wanted to, at this point, kind of throw it out just to some questions, so you know where I'm at now. What are you thinking? Do you have any questions about me? Yes?
I have a question. So what was your process? Obviously you had, you know, this idea, like, do you know what, I really want to express myself, show off my personality, whatever. What was your process from, okay, what was your process to figure out that's actually what I want to do? Like, did you take some time off work? Did you go on vacation? Like, what did you do to kind of clear out your mind and figure out? Okay,
Exactly. And for me, I ended up having to leave my job, but I don't recommend that for everyone. It's just what I needed to do at the time in order for me to silence everything that was happening around me. And because I needed to wipe the slate clean, to rebrand, I had to do that. I had to disassociate myself to start anew. And really, I just was fully vulnerable. The vulnerability of a blog, of putting yourself out there on social media to a network of people who are becoming my tribe, my community, the people who help me find my voice. So it's that vulnerability, putting it out there, doing new things, traveling, meeting new people. That allows you to get a greater sense of who you are. I also tap back into my childhood a lot. I was finding myself reconnecting with old friends and looking at past experiences, and that allowed me to get back in touch with myself again, because that's one thing I always say to people getting into this industry, whether you want to be on air or behind the camera, that it's so important for you to always have a sense of who you are. I didn't have that when I first started. I was kind of like, I can be who you wanted to be, whatever, right? But you should start as complete as possible, even though there will be growth, but take some time to get to know yourself. And so for me, that was what I had to do. And then eventually this found me, right? So yes, I think I saw here first and then here, or I could be lying, so you. Overall?
Just some like main like big challenges that you'll remember, or any failures that helped with the growth.
I know. I don't know if it's just my perspective on life, but I don't dwell on bad situations. I guess it's because either I block it out or I just always see failure as an opportunity to learn again. It's not a mistake, it's just, hey, it's growth. I don't regret anything. Ask me something specific about what TV or something more specific.
Were you ever held back in a situation where you kind of had to reanalyze like the steps to get there, I guess? Like whether it was you started in radio?
Yeah, started in radio. I mean, It took me a little while. I graduated in '06, I guess, and I was working at CFRB part-time, but I was working 7 days a week, essentially, on radio and then also at Ryerson as a student liaison. And I ended up actually, when I started that student liaison job, it required me to have a license to travel around the country to recruit kids to come to Ryerson. And at the time, I didn't, but I was like, I've been driving in St. Vincent. I can quickly get my license because you could do it, right? My mom did it. And I'm like, I'm just going to apply anyway. Anyway, turns out I couldn't do it. And I proceeded to get fired from that job as a student liaison at Ryerson. But what it forced me, yeah, it was not fun, but it was okay. What it forced me to do was to go right into what I really wanted to focus in on, which was doing, being a reporter, pursuing my goal at the time, which was getting on TV. And so, again, that was a setback, but it turned into something that helped me to focus in. It probably took me maybe 8 months till I actually got a call back from anybody for like the Weather Network, just constantly sending out demos, resumes, calling people, all that kind of stuff. But I guess I was prepared for that. I knew that I wasn't gonna just walk on and be like, yo, Rogers, where you at? Where you at? Come, I'm here, I'm ready, right? So I guess it was a preparation. I knew that was coming. There are lots of things recently that I was passed up for when it comes to my role at CP24, and that just goes back to me needing to rebrand. So I didn't look at it personally. It wasn't like, why didn't you want me though? How could you not choose me? But I saw it as what can I do to rebrand, to refocus, to be considered for these kinds of roles? Because I knew that I was not, from a resume perspective, what people may have been looking for. So, yeah. Okay, no, I don't know anymore. Here, please. Yes.
I was going to ask what your thoughts are on blogging as a medium and as a voice, and what you would say to anyone wanting to sort of start.
My blog is very personal. It's a lifestyle blog, and it pertains to me and my life, but I also try to add little anecdotes and things that are helpful to other people. I think blogging is great, like I said, because it allows you to develop a community and provide a voice for people who may not be represented in traditional media. So even if you're blogging about technology, or you love purple shirts and you don't think there's enough of that on your TV, you get to talk about purple shirts all day, every day, with people who can appreciate that as well. And it is extremely gratifying, and it's been positive for me. It is 100% a job still. A lot of people talk about, oh, you're a blogger. Oh, that's so gross. It's like, whatever. What are you doing exactly? But it's marketing, it's communications, it's still writing, it's still, you know what I mean? So, yeah. Here.
So you were talking about like how you realized that you need to find kind of your personality, and that you want to be a personality, and like being an anchor was like limiting.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that you kind of have to do that first before you can find yourself to get those opportunities, or do you think that you can really just
Mm-hmm.
still be the person
Right.
you want to be, and like still get those opportunities?
I think it depends. I mean, I was working at a breaking news station, and so I think with the introduction of digital media and the fact that advertisers you could put your money so many different places, that people are not investing as much in TV, traditional TV ads. There's less money in news, and with that, people have to do more with the resources you have. So what you're seeing, especially in a breaking news situation, is that there's no specialty. There's not a political specialist or just the person who does education or news or whatever. And I personally think that more and more networks are going to adopt that model where you no longer have specialties. And so basically, it depends. So if you are at a station where you have that opportunity to carve out your niche and you really want to work with children and you know that's where you want to kind of go, so you could start there, it might be easier. However, my thing is, you should just do research and understand what your goal is. What is the goal? Is the goal to be on air? Is the goal to be a host? Is the goal to do lifestyle? Is it news? Is it documentary style? Is it sort of 60 minutes kind of know what your goal is. Talk to people who have that job and figure out the trajectory, figure out the path to how they got there. With saying that, everybody's path is not the same, but certainly you'll get a better idea of, okay, so maybe if you want to be an entertainment host, hard news isn't necessarily the route to get there. It's not impossible, but traditionally is not. You know what I mean? So the more you know about where the end goal is, the better it is for you to kind of say, okay, well, this is the path I'm going to take. But I didn't know. So don't do that, basically. Hi.
Majority of the class here is females. Can you explain to us some of the challenges you experienced, specifically a female, and in relation to your colleague?
In relation to my colleagues. Victor, what is wrong with you? Why would you ask me that? Why would you ask me that? I don't know. I never like to be a victim. That sounds weird. I don't want to say it like that, but I don't ever blame my race, my age, my sex, my gender on anything that I have not received. That's never my first thing. It's never my, oh, it's because I'm black. Or it's, oh, because I'm a woman. However, I know that it exists. I know that is certainly out there. What is it like? But the thing is, I've worked with a lot of women. At CP24, a lot of the heads, as you know, our boss and our boss's boss, and they're all women, right? So I've always been around a very strong group of women. Yeah, so it's just a little bit different. Ask me something specific. Like what? Give me a, like pay? Like, do I know I got paid less than a male counterpart? Probably.
Did you find, because of who you were,
Mm-hmm.
who you are, you would get pigeonholed in certain stories?
No.
You ever thought that? Like, lack of a better example, sorry, either like a protest for Black Lives Matter or a caravan
No.
outbreak or anything?
See, it's different because of CP24, everybody who was there just go, right? It's always different. And a lot of those opportunities, like I want to be the one covering the Black Lives Matter. I want to be the one doing the Caravana coverage because I come with a certain perspective and approach to it as well. And so it's also up to me to be vocal. One thing for sure is you always question things, you always ask for what you want. And so I suppose that was something that I always did. Even in this situation where I knew I wanted to leave, I asked about it first. I'm always very vocal, very upfront, and I try everything that I can before I would have taken this leave, right? So I guess the important thing is to always ask for something, right? Does that make sense? You know what I mean? And so I never really felt like I was not given something because I'm a woman, because I always ensured that I could by always asking. You don't look convinced. You don't look convinced. But yeah, that's kind of how it is in my perspective. I know that for sure, and I don't have kids. I know that for sure a lot of women who have gone on mat leave, there's a lot of pressure to come back really fast because you feel as though your spot's going to be not there. And if the tables were turned, I don't know if there would be the same kind of pressure. And so that's something that is always out there and I'm always cognizant of. Here first, I think.
I was just going to ask, how did you build your TV personality? Was it any different than how you really are?
How do I build it? Yeah. What do you mean?
Like, how did you, I guess, get used to going on TV and there's cameras everywhere.
Right.
Talking to people as a reporter as well.
Over time, you you develop those skills. I was always a very outgoing person in general. I always did acting, and I was in public speaking as in high school and so forth. I grew up in the Caribbean, and so a big thing that I always faced, and I should have talked about this as well, was my accent. I have a bit of an accent. I go back and forth because I grew up in St. Vincent until I was like 17 and came back here to go live on residence and be with all these people. And then right away, your accent constantly comes up. It's just like, oh, not teasing, but it's like, you say that so differently. Oh, that's interesting how you say that. And so over time, just because you don't want the constant attention, you don't want to always be standing out as different, over time, you sort of change. I wouldn't say I hid my accent to move forward in any way, but it was certainly something that I never really felt comfortable to just be, which is great because what I'm doing now allows me to just be that. So when I first started getting over the accent and finding my voice was a little bit more difficult because people were constantly, my superiors were constantly reminding me of how I say a certain word versus how we say it. That's how we say it, Anika. That's how we say it. So that took me a while. But then I think this comes back to my acting roots as well, and the fact that I still want to explore some of that too. I see it as a performance. Welcome, good morning. You have no idea what I'm about to say, but I know. And so you just you speak confidently and you say, good morning, thank you so much for being here today. We have lots of cloud cover out there. However, there was traffic. We saw an accident on the 401 coming up. There was a cow streaming across the road and some little chicks followed behind. We know that the OPP is on the way, but we are going to be standing by to see, you know what I mean? But you speak confidently, although that was just a big lie, right? It's having that confidence. First, I think it starts from a confidence to be able to put your words together and speak. And it comes with practice. Like I said, when I was getting the Weather Network job or any job that I was about to take, it's literally like I'm DeMar DeRozan. What's his name? DeMar DeRozan? Watching back tapes of how so-and-so performed or what they did, and you're mimicking and just pretending to be them, and I'm using the same gestures that they use so that when you come to perform, they'll be like, oh, you look comfortable. You look like you've been here for 10 years. You've been with us, right? So it's doing your homework, being confident, looking back at your work, yes, but not to the point that you become obsessed. There are a lot of reporters who constantly look at their work over and over again. And don't look at your work when you're not in a good mood. When you're not feeling at your best, don't look back at your work, whether you're on or behind the camera, because it's never a good time. But yeah, just work on it. Pretend you're talking to a friend. Hi there.
So when you started doing your blog and everything, did you bring an audience with you that you had already started establishing in your 10 years on the air, or did you have to find a completely new audience, and how?
A little bit of both, because there are people who follow you through CP24 and so forth, but there was also a lot of people who started following me after they kind of started seeing what I was talking about, because I talk a lot about risk-taking and empowerment and going for your goals, but then also because I'm of Caribbean descent, I pick up once I claimed that part of me, I guess that's to say, I found a much larger audience on the Caribbean side of things. So yes, there are people who came over a little bit, but for the most part now, I have a new audience. And I knew that when I chose a lane, I was going to lose people, but I also was aware that I was going to gain even more people who could relate to what I'm talking about. So a little bit of both.
And was that just creating the content, putting it out there, and people found it?
Yeah, so as in my world, being specific certainly helps, having a very strong niche. And so I'm a little unique in the sense that I came with an audience and then I was kind of just whittling down and fine-tuning the audience, so I was a little different in that way. But it's being consistent with the content and asking for feedback, looking at analysis and that kind of stuff. It's still a process. I launched this show on April 4th. It's the 25th now. So it's still a process for sure. Yes.
Can you talk a bit about establishing like revenue streams around your new project, or how has that gone, and what is sort of the model that you use?
Yeah. So it's obviously that's like a question I get a lot. Like, you know, you lose like a TV job that you're probably not getting paid as much as you thought. But basically, before leaving CP24, I'd saved quite a bit because I knew that I was going to be making a move. So I saved something like, what did I do? Like three to four paychecks or so for 4 months, right? They say you're supposed to do 6 months, but it that much. And so my acting supplements a lot of my income. So the acting is huge. But also as an influencer, social influencer, I do work with a lot of brands through social media, but only things that I'm passionate about anyway, or things that are organic and natural to me. And so it comes from, blog stuff, social media, my YouTube, because all the different platforms that I have allow me to basically bring money from each of those platforms. Speaking as well is something else that I do that allows for that. And then now, but it's still that the actual channel is still very new, the digital content that I'm putting out, but that is going to be yet another stream. And so right now I'm shopping it around, talking to digital distributors to purchase that content and help me fund the next set of things. So there's so many routes. There's through the blog alone, not just there's brand partnerships, but there's also things to your email subscribers as well that you can sell if I decided to create a product or some sort of video, branded videos. There's so many things, but for me right now it's social media and my blog. Yeah, okay.
Now, kind of going off of that, I know you said that you were looking to make sure like your content on your blog is authentic and is kind of talking about like your true personality rather than your TV personality. Do you worry about some of your audience's takes on when you're talking about different brands, just as a kind of like an influencer? Do you worry they're going to take it as not authentic?
No, because it's nothing I would not have talked about before. So like I wear H&M and I've worn H&M forever. So like people know like I wear them even if I didn't have a partnership with them. Or I use coconut oil because I use coconut oil forever, right? So and people you just know. And I'm very picky about who I do work with because you don't want it to look like just all of a sudden, so guys, you know how I love cats? I don't, right? So, yeah, it's easy for me to decide yes or no. Here, hi, sorry.
It's okay. So I remember when you left CP24 the first time, and then you came back and you did a session about faking it till you make it, like what you said.
Yes.
Were you ever afraid that somebody was gonna find you out, like, or just call you out on that kind of thing? Like,
Faking it till I make it?
You
Wait,
know what I mean? Like, you're in a job, like, okay, like you said, the weather network, everything, right? You knew nothing. Were you ever afraid of, like, oh my gosh, they're going to realize I know nothing, or this is a fake? This is real,
No,
this is fake.
well, I say that because you do that to get in the door. Right. You do that to get in the door, and then you bust your balls to figure out, to know that you're credible, right? So you fake it till you make it for sure when I talked about doing that on air, that demo reel or the Weather Network thing. But no, because I always know I know my stuff. Like I wouldn't go out there and be like, I can fly a plane, duh. If I put my wholehearted self into it, I can do it, right? So within reason. Yeah. Yes.
For someone trying to build like their own personal brand, whether it's through a blog or like any social media platform, do you have any tips on how to build an audience or start to like gain like engagement or just
Yeah, I touched on it before, but being specific and having a niche. If you like fashion, what kind of fashion? Is it high fashion? Is it street style? If you like shoes, I'm gonna have a shoe blog. I'm gonna be, what kind of shoes? High heels, sneakers? Like you could just do a sneaker blog alone and get have a revenue stream just from the more niche you are, the easier brands are gonna find you, because then you're gonna, Converse will be like, okay, I could work with you, you have a shoe blog, but you have a sneaker blog, I'm gonna go work with you, because I know already that I can hone in on your skills. So being as specific as possible, because then you build an audience that is already looking for your specific content, and you know that they're there for that. They're not just there beating around the bush. And so let's say you're eventually going to create some kind of product. You know that those people are going to be already engaged because that's what they want. They wouldn't come to you if they didn't like sneakers. However, if you were doing shoes, you might have some high heel people, you might have some flip-flop people, and then you don't know who to be or who to cater to, and then all of a sudden you're losing your flip-flop people, which could have been 50% of your audience because you didn't niche down enough. So finding that, yeah, see, you lost all the flip-flop people. So being as specific as possible is a good way, especially if you're not coming with a following already. Hello.
Hello. So you said that like you left like CP20 last year and stuff like that, and then like when you were trying to build yourself up again, was there ever a point that you're like, oh my gosh, this was a mistake? Like why did I do it? Like why did
Oh gosh, yeah.
And like how did you overcome it? Like how did you?
Yeah, you think about it all the time, but you're always, regardless of what you're doing, if you run a Fortune 500 company, you're gonna have moments where you're like, you know what, I just wish I worked at a bank, like I was a bank teller or whatever. There will always be moments where you second guess yourself, but I guess I always remind myself about why I wanted to leave. And I'm always very, I write my goals down a lot, and I reference goals that I wrote down just to always have it top of mind, because you need to reconnect with your why. Like you reconnect with why you're doing it, and then eventually you'll be like, that's right, okay, that's right. I didn't want to do that, I want this. And yeah, another thing for me is I surround myself with people who understand where I want to go, and I share with them my goals and my dreams and my aspirations a lot. And so when you connect with those people, they'll be like, don't forget, this is what you want to do. But don't tell me that, because then next day you're going to be like, oh my gosh, I'm bringing my work home with me again. And you're going to be crying because you did some story that you did that was so emotional for you that, you know, they remind you like, oh, right, yeah, that's why I'm doing this. So those are two things that I do a lot. Here, sorry.
Yeah, kind of piggybacking off of her question in regards to finding your niche audience.
Okay.
How do you do that? I know for me personally, like I want to create my own content, but it's just like, okay, I've got all these platforms. This is kind of the topic or area that I want to touch on, but they reach so many different people, and like I can't do everything because I feel like it kind of loses. People don't know, okay, what does she actually do? So kind of how do you narrow it down to, okay, this is what I'm focusing on.
And I know, because for so many people, you think more is better. You don't want to limit yourself. So for most people, you think if I niche, if I focus on a small group, then I'm losing this whole other potential group. But that's not the way to think about it. However, for me, it meant some soul searching. It meant just listening, like just meditating, just being quiet and listening to the things that made me excited or made me smile or happy or inspired. You already know the answer. Trust me, you know the answer already. You have the solution. You just need to focus and actually, it's hard to explain about that process of just being vulnerable and just open to possibilities and just waking up every day as it's a clean slate. And it's easy to say because I'm just a girl, like I had no job and I was kind of just doing it like that. But if you can spend a little time out of the day, for me, I get up really, really early these days, like 5:30 kind of thing before my husband gets up, so that I can spend the day and get things done before 8 o'clock. Like my goal is always to like get 3-4 things done before 8. And in that time as well, I'm also just like focusing and thinking about what it is I wanted. Because, like I said, this Caribbean diaspora, this Caribbean lifestyle thing was new, but it all came back to how I felt. It was a gut feeling. It was a gut feeling, and it was some of those same people who I keep in my circle to remind you about, you really light up when you do this, or you light up when that happens, or whatever, right? So keep a close-knit circle, people who know you and who you can trust, and don't be afraid to use them as your what do you call that group of people who you bounce? Your focus group. Ding ding, we have a prize for you, bring it out. Yeah, but it takes a little time, but just listen, You know it already, you know it. You know it. Okay, I think we have time for maybe 1, 2 quick ones, please. 3. Hi.
What did you do to prepare your transition from a reporter to a blogger?
To prepare, just start the blog. Just start. Like I said, I saved a lot. I reached out to a friend of mine who did graphic design. She designed a blog aesthetic for me. I did a style guide. She did my logo. I got like fresh books for like invoices. I had like long conversations with my husband, so we knew how our bills were getting paid. A lot of it was like financial, setting things up. And then bought my domain and WordPress and just started. Also getting in touch with a lot of photographers. But again, because of where I'm coming from, I have a lot of those connections, but it's not impossible. Photographers, your best friends. Here.
So I know sometimes our families can be like our hardest, like our toughest critics.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Especially when you come from a Caribbean family.
Yes, girl.
So when you told them that you were going to do this, right, how were they?
I know. I think the kind of person I am, is my family who made me the way I am, to be gutsy and risk-taking. So they're the kind of people who, a lot of them, I'm like, you left a country to come here all on your own. Like, you just picked up and moved to come here, and you're telling me about taking a risk to do something blindly. There's some people I just don't talk to. There's some people I just don't say what I'm doing. There's some family members I just do, like, so what are you doing? And I'm like, well, I'm a journalist. I'm a digital journalist. Or I wouldn't say I have a blog or I do YouTube. You just kind of have to know how to finesse it. But I only really care what my mom and my dad have to say, and they're both like, do it. You do it. And it doesn't matter what they say either, right? But sometimes it's because of your naysayers, you want to prove them wrong. So sometimes it works as fuel as well, because you're like, I'm going to show you that I can do this. And I always say I'm grateful to the people who said no to me, because it just made me do it myself. I think, okay, quick.
I mean, I love CP24. I love you on CP24. Then you leave, you come back,
I'm playing with you.
Okay, so now it's your last day on CP24. You're sitting there.
I think I have a picture of that.
Like you're leaving your last day of school.
Yeah.
What are you feeling then? We don't know what you're.
I know.
I'm not going to see it.
This was the last day. This was the last day.
Did you announce it?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, you did announce it. So I mean, I'm always like, God, do you have to have CP24? Yes, CP24. So who knows? I'm a nurse, so maybe I was working, but I kind of missed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
we announced it. They did a thing, and they did a video. And you won there, and lots of tears. Yes. So I cried. I didn't want to leave my friends. Like those are my close friends. Like.
Well, you guys were very.
Yeah, we're still. They text me over all the time. So I was thinking about that, and it also took me. There was a lot of me not knowing who I was without CP24. For the longest while, I was just, aren't you that girl from CP24? Aren't you that girl from CP24? And so the reason I called my show Anika was because, first of all, my name is very difficult to say, to pronounce. And so I was like, you know what, I'm just going to take ownership of this name. Also, we don't get to say our names a lot on air because it's always just like, oh, go here, go whatever. You never actually see it on screen. When?
Your name would come up because you would see it. I go, is your name Anika?
Oh, okay. Sometimes when we're reporting, but I never actually got to say it. Same. But so basically, I was thinking about who am I if I'm not this? Who am I if I'm not this? And
The whole show, you're like, oh my God,
yeah.
an hour left. Oh, I got 20 minutes left.
Yeah, but also it sounds bad, but I haven't missed it. I haven't said, oh man, I wish I was in that rain, boy. Oh gosh, look at Arda, soaking wet out there. I miss that. I so miss that, But I miss the people 100%. And I still watch and shout at the TV going, where's the key? Where are we? Tell us where we are. I still do that, but just from a viewer perspective. It was sad, totally.
But that's great.
Very sad.
So then you left and you went, okay, I did the right thing.
Yeah, but it's still a part of who I was, right? It still makes up the sum of me, right? So that's that.
All right.
You're
Well, thank
good?
you so much, Anika.
Oh,
Sorry, we can't
gosh.
keep asking you questions.
It's okay.
On behalf of the Emerge 2017 class, we'd like to give you this, and thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you. Hope that was helpful.
All right, and if everyone could make their way out into the atrium again, we're going to get ready for our next lesson.
All these pictures. Thank you. No.
So I will take this opportunity now at the engagement booth, just behind those stairs over there. We did have a contest going on, and a lot of people entered it and watched our magazine, and we're very appreciative of that. And we do have a winner for our gift basket there. All right, so the winner for the gift basket at the engagement booth is Rachel Chen. Where are you, Rachel? Can we get a hand raise for Rachel? Incredible. Thank you, Rachel. We will be accepting that gift basket on her behalf. And in the meantime, we will keep this show going right along. We love, love, love all the tweets that you've been posting. We've seen all the Instagrams. We've seen it all. Social media has been watching, and we love it. Hashtag EmergeTO has been doing so well on Twitter, so I appreciate everyone who used it. Also, hashtag Media Rehab killed it as well. That being said, we are going to move on to our next session. So, the next session is Trust Production in News after the election of Donald Trump, and it is featuring Jay Rosen, journalism professor at New York University, author of the blog pressthink.org, and one of the most quoted media critics in the US. He tackles what the media needs to do to regain credibility and public trust. Ladies and gentlemen, Jay Rosen. Okay. Actually, just give it about 2 more minutes. Jay Rosen will be right with us. He is just on a little break, but he will be down here as soon as possible. So talk amongst yourself and enjoy for a bit. Selfie, please and thank you. So if everyone could just gather around at the front, I'm gonna take a selfie on stage and we're gonna do an amazing shot, okay, everybody? So make sure everyone's smiling. All right, DJ Rose Gold, just take it away for a little while. We're all gonna enjoy your music. Perfect. Actually, sorry, Jay Rosen is here. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, Jay Rosen.
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. I was thinking backstage that I really like the name of this conference, Emerge. Emerge means like 3 or 4 different things that are relevant. You're graduating, a lot of you, so you're emerging into the job market, into the next stage of your life. I like that. Emerging technology, of course, is something that you study here. That's really important. And truth is something that emerges. It doesn't just happen. It takes time. Like right now, the truth about Donald Trump's connection to Russia and how Russia helped him win the election in the United States is something that's emerging. It doesn't just all of a sudden come out. Every week, every month, we learn a little bit more. Then we go backwards, and we learn a little bit more. So I like this term, emerge. Whoever came up with it was like on the ball. As you'll see, I break every rule of PowerPoint. I have no visuals at all. There's no style to my slides. There's no art. I just write the best sentences I can, and I put them on the slide in the most completely unadorned way. So I'm going to start with The state of the United States press after the election of Donald Trump and the fix that journalists are in, which, as you'll see, has many different dimensions to it. First, there is an economic crisis in the news business in the United States that has led to thinned out newsrooms and poor quality service, especially at the local level. And the local level is where people first begin to trust the news. It's where they first form relationships with journalists and realize why it's important to have good journalists on your side. And the fact that local journalism is deteriorating so rapidly is a problem, because that's where people form their attachment to the press. American journalists are operating in a low trust environment for everyone, for all institutions, not just themselves, and for all leaders. And those leaders of institutions are the people who are in the news the most. So the people who are in the news are also mistrusted. Trust in the news media itself is at historically low levels in the United States for a very complex number of reasons. And it's especially true among Republicans and people on the conservative side of our politics. According to the Pew Research Center, in July 2016, only about 2 in 10 Americans trust the information they get from local news organizations a lot. And 18% say the same about national news organizations, trust it a lot. On the political right in the US, there is an organized campaign to discredit the mainstream press, and it's working. What I mean by an organized campaign is that there's kind of 3 levels to it. At the top, we have a president, as you know, who projects resentment and hatred upon journalists with regularity. It's like a routine thing for him to describe the press as horrible, disgusting people, enemies of the people. And then at the base of the pyramid, there's an army of online activists and trolls and bots who try to shout down news stories they don't like and attack individual journalists who report things they don't like. So that's like the base. There's the top. And then in the middle, you have talk radio, Rush Limbaugh, Matt Drudge, sites like Breitbart that mediate between the White House and this army of online trolls. And it's a very effective structure. Here's what I mean. You can see that trust has been going down, and it's been going down very rapidly recently. This is the kind of public opinion polling that's the most reliable, in my opinion, because it's the same question asked year after year. And so you can see trends in how people answer that question. In 1998, 52% of Republicans had a great deal or a decent amount of trust in the mass media, and that slid to 14% in 2016. Among independents, 55% had a lot of trust in the media in 1999, down to 30% in 2016. So those are some pretty serious declines. Between 1/5 and 1/3 of the voters are increasingly lost to the mainstream press, meaning they're not there on the other end of the communication channel. They're not listening. They don't trust the mainstream press, and they don't use it. And they inhabit an information sphere that is increasingly detached from the rest of the mainstream media. And this is a very disturbing development. It's sometimes called by political scientists asymmetric polarization. American politics is being polarized on left and right, but on the right it's going further, and a lot of the news sources that people use don't even connect to or touch the mainstream media. And so even if our national press could figure out better practices that were more trustworthy, between a fifth and a third of the electorate isn't listening. They're not there. Decades ago, the press took a wrong turn by focusing primarily on the game of politics, the inside game, and trying to connect to voters through the insiders who knew how the game was played and how to win elections and how to manipulate people and how to run campaigns. And instead of having their own connection to voters, they tried to connect to people through these professionals whose job is to win. That was a wrong turn, happened a long time ago, and now the results of that are coming due. Another problem we have in the US is that money, talent, investment, prestige, and opportunity in journalism are increasingly concentrated on the coasts in New York and Washington and Los Angeles and San Francisco and Boston, and that leaves out a huge portion of the country in the middle, which is where Trump drew his core support. For reasons we don't understand very well, and this is partly the fault of my business, academics who study modern society, people with PhDs, reality seems to have become a weaker constraint in the political sphere of Western democracies. It happened in the UK with Brexit. It's happening in election campaigns in Europe, and we don't really know why this is. It's just as we don't really know why trust in major institutions is declining, not just in the US, but in other countries as well. And the Putin model of everybody mistrusting everything and kind of giving up on trying to figure out what's true is on the rise for reasons that we don't completely understand. As most of you know, the power to inform people is shifting to the tech industry's platforms, like Apple News and Google and Snapchat and especially Facebook. And these platforms look with indifference on fourth estate functions that journalists were once proud to inherit. So it used to be the producers of news were also the owners of the distribution system. Now the distribution system is owned and run by Apple and Facebook and other tech industry giants, and the producers of news have to beg these tech companies for placement and juice on their platforms. And that's a new situation, very threatening situation to the press. So now I'm going to explain a little bit about what makes Trump different than previous presidents, because all politicians try to manipulate the media, all politicians get frustrated with it, all politicians are likely to not tell the truth, but Trump is different, and I'm going to try to explain why. First, his authoritarian style gains traction by trashing the norms of democracy. But the norms of democracy are what give the press its place in public life. So there's no law that says, for example, that the White House has to help inform the press so it can do a good job. And the Trump White House is almost completely uncooperative in the sense that most of what it says is false. And it actually seems to be willing to misinform the press. Almost as a game sometimes. And there's nothing to prevent that. There's no law against it. And since Trump's core supporters mistrust the media anyway, feeding them bad information doesn't actually have any price for him. So these informal norms are wearing away because Trump doesn't obey any of them. It used to be a problem. If the White House said something that was factually untrue, that used to be a problem. Now, it's an everyday occurrence. On top of that, hate speech against journalists has become a routine act for Trump. which helps him keep faith with his supporters and elude accountability. What is hate speech? Hate speech is when you project resentment and hatred at a group simply for being members of that group. That's what hate speech is. Trump does this all the time with journalists, calling them as a class disgusting people who are enemies of the public, who cannot be trusted on principle. And even though he himself actually cultivates his relationship with journalists and cares a lot about how he's portrayed in the news media, he's giving permission to his supporters to continue that hate and project that hate themselves, which they do at his events. So hate speech against journalists is now a normal part of our politics. That never used to be the case. It's hard to have a fact-based debate when the leader of the free world observes no distinction between true and false and cannot be successfully fact-checked. It's hard for me to explain this with the proper force, but Donald Trump literally doesn't care if what he's saying is true, which is different than previous presidents. All presidents before him would try to get away with things. They would try and spin the news. They would try and snow their audiences. But when they were caught at it, when they were fact-checked, especially if they were fact-checked by multiple news organizations, they wouldn't necessarily admit they were wrong, but they would just stop making that claim. Or they would change it so that it met a certain minimum test of factuality. When Trump is fact-checked, he just keeps saying what he said. Like, illegal voters are responsible for the difference in vote totals between Hillary Clinton and himself. It's a completely made-up thing. Nobody believes it. Nobody has any evidence for it. He just says it and keeps saying it. And that's the sort of thing presidents didn't do before because they thought there would be cost to it, and Trump doesn't see any cost to it. So it's hard to have a fact-based debate when, in a sense, the person who's the most prominent voice in that debate doesn't care about facts. With Trump in power, there's this surplus of eventfulness, so many things happening, so many things being torn down, so many precedents being busted. And he keeps everybody in a constant state of alarm because you don't know what's going to happen next. And in a sense, there's too much news. The pace of news itself is a kind of propaganda because it exhausts people. And the logical response is to give up and to stop paying attention. And this is really where Trump and Putin are similar, whether they have any connection or not, or whether Putin actually helped Trump get elected or not. They're similar in the sense that Putin doesn't try and necessarily convince you of a lie. He just tries to make the search for truth so exhausting that you give up. And that is what's happening now in the United States, and it's a very disturbing development. Okay, now I'm going to switch to some things that I think journalists can start doing to restore some trust. I say some because this is a situation with deep-seated causes that took decades to create, and it's not going to be easy to get out of. So I don't have solutions to the trust crisis, but I do have some things journalists can start doing. And that's what I'm going to focus on next. There's something about the claim to objectivity, which has been traditional in American media, in Canadian media, in the UK as well. The tradition of objectivity in which you say, look, we don't have an ideology, we don't have a philosophy, we don't have any assumptions, we don't have any starting points. We're just telling you the way it is, so believe it, because we don't have a point of view. That claim increasingly is mistrusted. When you claim to be objective, people don't believe you anymore. So a better way of generating trust is to, instead of saying, we are objective, to be clear and transparent and say, here's where we're coming from. So I would like to see the press shift from, we don't have a point of view, we don't have any starting points, we don't have any assumptions, we don't have any priorities, we don't have a philosophy, we don't have an ideology, we just have facts, so believe them because they're the facts. Instead of saying that, say, here's where we're coming from, and we did our reporting, and here's what we found. I think the press should also start identifying its priorities. What are the topics and subjects and stories that it's going to focus the most on, because priorities tell you where people are coming from. It's also really important when your reporting is attacked, which happens more and more now, to respond to attacks with fact-based replies that show how unfair those attacks are. Another thing journalists should start doing is when their reporting is called into doubt, they should say whenever they can, don't believe us? Look for yourself. Here's the data. Here's the interview. Here are the people we talked to. Here are the documents we consulted. Don't believe us? Look for yourself. In a sense, rerun the experiment yourself and see what you get. The more that journalists can say, don't believe us, look for yourself, the more they will be trusted. It's also important for news organizations to not only tell us what they know, but to level with us and be clear with, here's what we don't know. Here's what we haven't figured out yet. And the more they can accompany their reports of what we know with what we don't know, I think that helps build trust. It's also important for journalists to be able to say to their readers, users, viewers, listeners, what did we miss? What did we leave out? And to genuinely listen to the replies. What did we miss? Implying or stating, of course, that no account is complete. Another thing to do to improve trust is to ask for the audience's help in investigating. Recently, for example, we have again started to debate healthcare in the United States. And one of our major news organizations asked people to go to town meetings where their congressional representatives were talking about healthcare and write down what they said about the existing law so that they could fact check it. So that's help us investigate. And the more journalists can involve listeners, readers, viewers in their investigations, the more trust they, I think, are going to earn. I think it would also be very useful when news organizations do big investigations that take months and involve a lot of journalists, for them to actually put a price tag on it so people could see just how expensive it is to collect the news, which might make them value it a little bit more. And another thing that I think is becoming more common and is interesting is to say to the users of your product, don't just read our news, don't just watch it, become a member of our organization and express your support that way. And I'll tell you a little bit more about what I mean by that in a second. So then these are the steps I recommended. Here's where we're coming from instead of the view from nowhere. Be public about your priorities. If your reporting is attacked, you have to respond aggressively. It's very important for journalists to be able to say, don't believe us, look for yourself. Make it routine, what we know and what we don't know. Ask your audience, what did we miss? Ask for their help us investigate. Be clear about what it costs to do real journalism, and then invite people to become members themselves. So this is the thing that I do. This is my latest project. Responds in many ways to the deterioration of trust. I'm going to help this Dutch publication called The Correspondent expand to the English-speaking world into the U.S. The Correspondent was founded in 2013 in Amsterdam. It's member-supported journalism, meaning all the costs are paid by members who believe in this kind of journalism and support the work. They pay $63 a year for the privilege of being members of The Correspondent. They started with 18,000 people who are willing to support this concept. They now have 56,000 members. They have an annual budget of $3.5 million. They have 80% renewal of their members every year, which is very high for any sort of cultural institution. They have 21 full-time correspondents and 75 freelancers. No ads, no sponsors, no tracking of users, no targeting, no clickbait, no curiosity gap headlines, no, you know those things that get sent across your screen to sort of interrupt you while you're trying to read a news story, and you get frustrated because it's almost like the producers of the news are trying to keep you from using the news, you know what I mean? None of that. They don't need any of that because all of their funding comes from their members. And that's not why I'm working with them, though. The reason that I'm working with them is explained here. Everything they do is optimized for trust. So when I wrote about this project, here's the way I put it. What if news organizations optimized every part of their operation for trust, not for speed, not for traffic, not for profit, not for headlines or for journalism prizes, but for trust? What would that even look like? So my answer is it would look a lot like The Correspondent. So I'm going to try and help them move to the United States because I believe in what they're doing. And I think it's very effective and interesting the way they've sort of started over with the relationship between individual writers and readers. And they have located the trust transaction in this relationship. I'll give you a couple of examples of what I mean by optimized for trust. A couple years after they started, the members started to complain to The Correspondent, "You're publishing too many stories." And the members didn't like this because they couldn't keep up. And they wanted that feeling of finishing the newspaper, of being able to read everything and know that you were caught up with The Correspondent. And by publishing 7 to 8 things a day, the members were becoming frustrated because they couldn't read it all. So the editors listened to them, and they did a very strange thing. They decided to publish less. They just cut the number of pieces they produced every day from 7 to 8 to 3 to 4. Now, they kept the number of writers the same. So if you're producing fewer pieces every day, but you have the same number of writers, what happens? Each writer can put more into their story. Therefore, their journalism gets better. They also have more time to interact with the readers and ask them, what do you know? Here's what I know. What do you know? And what happened was the readers were happier, the writers were happier because they had more time to work on their stories. The stories were better, interactivity increased, engagement increased. Everything was better by doing less. The only problem with that system was if you were the traffic engineer, you would see less daily traffic. But they don't care about traffic because they don't have any ads. So when they told me this story, we just started to do less, and we did less journalism but better journalism. I said, I want to work with these people because they know what they're doing. And they're like 30-year-old Dutch guys. They don't have any of the arrogance of American tech entrepreneurs. Or maybe they do and I don't understand it because I don't speak Dutch. But they're very modest in a way, but they're also very determined, and they have their own way of doing things. So I'm going to try and help them bring their show to the US, to New York, and to the English-speaking world, which is a much bigger stage than the Netherlands, where there's only 17 million people. Okay. That's my presentation. Thank you. Thank you. So let's do some questions. We have a mic.
Exactly. So is this mic on? Perfect. Do we have any questions for Jay? Here we are. I knew you had one.
Just a quick question. I really enjoyed your presentation. I just wanted to get your thoughts on the role that WikiLeaks played in the last election in the US.
Well, we don't know entirely what happened, but what looks like it happened was that Russian agents, whether they were directly working for the government or not, maybe they are just aligned with the government, broke into the Democratic Party's computer system, stole a lot of documents with the intention of releasing and embarrassing Hillary Clinton's campaign. And it appears, we don't know for sure, but it appears as most likely that some of those documents were given to WikiLeaks to publish. But that's what WikiLeaks does. WikiLeaks publishes stuff that came from parts unknown and from actors unknown. And that is its mission, is to publish stuff that people don't want published. So WikiLeaks was just acting like WikiLeaks. WikiLeaks is an unusual, unique actor in the worldwide media system because it's kind of a publisher without a state. That's the idea of WikiLeaks, is that it can publish to the internet because the internet's an international network, but WikiLeaks, in a sense, doesn't have an address. Because it doesn't have an address, it's not subject to law. And because it's not subject to law, it can print anything. And it looks like Russia got some of its aims met by giving some of its documents to WikiLeaks. That's going to happen because that's what the organization is set up for.
Do we have another question? Perfect. Gotta do a real run. Here we go.
Hi, I enjoyed your presentation as well. I just wanted to get your opinion on the trust in the media. Do you think that Donald Trump kind of utilized the people who already had mistrust in the media, or was there something that maybe a few journalists or publicists did along the way to kind of solidify his claim, I guess? Or do you think it's like a mix of both?
Yeah, well, Trump definitely took advantage of something that was already there. In fact, it'd been building for almost 40 years. In many ways, the right wing in the United States, conservative movement in the United States, is held together by its hatred for the mainstream media. Like, that is, in a way, what everyone agrees the most on.
So would you say it's more like liberal media, I guess, if the conservatives are kind of against it in that way?
That's what they call it. Okay. Yeah, and that claim that the media is actually the liberal media is actually on the Democrats' team, or as sometimes conservative bloggers put it, they're like Democratic lobbyists with press cards. That's the way they think of it. That claim has been a very powerful, potent organizing device for the conservative movement and the Republican Party. But one interesting thing about it is that lots of people who told their listeners and their constituents don't trust the mainstream media and instructed the people who follow them to disbelieve everything they read and saw in the mainstream media would themselves start their day by reading the New York Times. In other words, they didn't take their advice for their followers themselves. It's sort of like people who say, not everybody has to go to college, there are good alternatives. And they, of course, want to send their kid to the University of Toronto, right? So it's like that. It's like, it's good for you to mistrust the mainstream media, but I work in Washington, I'm a radio talk show host, I have to know what's going on. I'm reading the New York Times and the Washington Post every day. So that hypocrisy existed for a very long time. Now, the problem is some of those people are realizing that their listeners, their customers believe a lot of stuff that's not true, and there's no way to get them off of those things because there's no source they trust except the conservative media. So Yeah, Trump just took advantage of something that was there building for a long time. He's not responsible for creating it. But when the president of the United States is hating on the mainstream media every day using the pulpit and podium of the White House, you can imagine what kind of license that gives to people who already had that hostility in the first place.
Thank you.
Jay, I wonder if you could talk a little bit more about The Correspondent, how it operates in the Netherlands. Does it cover a broad range of issues? Does it only focus on a few things? And where do you see it fitting into the U.S. media landscape if it tries to get into the United States?
Well, one of the interesting things about The Correspondent is if you are hired as a full-time writer for The Correspondent, you have complete freedom to define your beat the way you want. It's not a top-down thing. It's the opposite. It's writer-driven. And so the writers are encouraged to follow their passions, but also their obsessions, and to dig into those things, because the belief is that the things the writers are obsessed about will result in better, more passionate journalism. So they end up with beats like climate change, nature of work changing, immigration, things that the writers are passionate about. And in exchange for this very wide latitude in choosing your subjects, the writers have to agree to interact heavily with the readers. So, for example, every correspondent has to produce a weekly email to the people who follow them. You can follow writers at the site. Instead of topics, you follow writers. They have to produce a weekly email for their followers, and many of them have tens of thousands of followers, that explain what they're working on, what they're investigating, what they're learning, what knowledge needs they have, questions that they can't answer, sources they need to develop. And they have to do this as part of their job. One of the reasons I started to work with The Correspondent was when they told me this story. They said, if we're interviewing a candidate for a job as a full-time correspondent, and they say something like, oh, I would love to interact with the readers if there's time when I'm done with my story, that's the end of the interview. Because they don't get it. They don't understand what the correspondent expects of them. So there's this trade. We'll give you extreme freedom to investigate what you want to investigate, but you have to engage the readership as a knowledge community and draw knowledge from that community. And there's another thing they do, which is really interesting. They don't require people to take the view from nowhere or to say, I don't have a view on this. They don't require them to be objective or he said, she said on the one hand, on the other hand, journalism. They don't bother with that. They allow their writers to come to conclusions and to have convictions. But if, when they do their reporting, they change their mind about something, they have to tell the readers. They have to explain, I used to think this, and now I dug into it, and now I realize it's way more complicated than that. And so they don't do he said, she said journalism. They do, I used to think, now I think journalism. You see the difference? And that itself produces trust. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and where do you see it fitting in the U.S.?
Oh, well, that's harder question because the U.S. media landscape is so different than the Netherlands. It's so much more crowded. There are so many competitors that have, you know, these glittering brand names that have been accumulating value for more than 100 years. And so kind of like what beats they start with, what writers they hire, what kind of writers they hire are going to be crucial decisions, and all of that is to come. So that's going to be really tricky. I don't know the answer to that.
All right, do we have any more questions? Perfect.
This gentleman.
So it's become, sorry, I'm kind of close here. It's become kind of an issue with the financial side of journalism, and do you think that the future of journalism becoming more factual does involve people having to pay for it? Because that seems like something that nobody wants to do at this time.
Yes, it's already happening. A greater portion of the costs of the journalism at institutions like the Washington Post and the New York Times is being paid by subscribers. And the reason for this is advertising, digital advertising especially, is a really shitty business. Can you say that here? It's a terrible business. It's very hard to make any money, but the main problem is almost all the money is made by Google and Facebook. There are some studies showing that 85% of new digital revenue in publishing goes to Google or Facebook. And this was the year, I don't know why it was this year, but like 2016, 2017, this academic year, was the year when many people in the United States media industry, journalism world, realized that advertising is never going to do it for us. And if advertising isn't going to do it, then where is the support going to come from? There's not too many other ways of doing it. There's events, which actually is an important revenue stream. You're not going to get it from the government, right? That doesn't work. There's advertising, there's sponsorship, which is a little bit different. Maybe that might work a little bit. There's direct commerce, which is selling things at your site, which is also something that the New York Times is experimenting with. That's why it bought Wirecutter, which is like a review site for gadgets and technology. The reason it bought Wirecutter is that you can couple reviews for new gadgets and technology with direct links to buy those items, and you take a cut of the sale, and that's a way of, so we're experimenting with things like that. But advertising is broke, and it's a terrible way to do business. And part of the crisis, I didn't have a slide about this, but part of the reason I think people are mistrusting the news more is because it is driven by advertising. It's clickbait, it's a bad user experience, it's anything for traffic, right? Those kinds of things take their toll after a while.
I just wanted to ask, what do you think of the future of America's media? Are you more optimistic or cynical, especially considering Trump's presidency? What do you think?
I'm very pessimistic about not just that, but the future of my country. Right? This is a bad time. This is it's kind of a disintegration, slow disintegration of American democracy. Now, there's a long way to go before it's fallen apart. There's still many things very strong about American democracy. The Constitution is still there. Free speech is still there. But almost all the trends are going in the wrong direction. So I don't know. I'm very alarmed. I'm very disturbed. The election day, the day after Election Day, November 9th, that was a dark day for me. Because I don't know how we get out of this. When you have a decline in trust, see, then what happens is that the very things that you would try to do to fix the situation don't work because people don't trust them. That's a very difficult thing to get out of, right? You can't just say, well, do this instead. It's like it's a crisis, a long-term crisis. And when you have an environment like the public climate we have in the US, where there's more propaganda than ever, there's more, as you heard earlier today, more deliberately false information being presented, when there's more clickbait and there's more grabby communications, what happens is it drives people away, and they shut it all off. And there again, it's very hard to solve that problem because they're not listening, right? So I'm pessimistic, But I'm optimistic that if there are going to be like different ways of doing things and breakthroughs and a new way, it's going to come from young people. That's one of the reasons I'm working with the correspondent. These guys are not guys. There's like half of the staff is women. They're like, 28, 30 years old. They're not part of the generation that created the American media, and I like that. So that's why you're graduating. I mean, that's what this program is about. It's going to be up to the next generation, because the baby boom generation, of which I'm a part, I was born in 1956, they really screwed up the world a lot, and there's no way around that.
Are there any more questions?
Do you think that a media model like the correspondent, maybe could it work in any other countries, particularly third world countries that don't necessarily have media infrastructure that's in place, and where like citizen journalism is like the main form of media and communication?
I think it could. You do sometimes run into a scale problem. It's like you need a certain critical mass of people, but in any country where deep mistrust of the powers that be is sown into the population, then journalists revealing that can gain a lot of public support. We've seen it in Spain, for example. And so I think a model where some people who have the money to pay is possible. This is another interesting thing about the correspondent is you don't have to be a member to benefit from its journalism. Any link to the correspondent you find in your social feed from any source, you can click on for free. And you know that notice you sometimes get, you've used 9 of the 10 articles in the Globe and Mail allows you this week. You never get that. They don't do that. So you can access the correspondence journalism for free indefinitely. But every time that you click a link to the correspondent, it says, this is brought to you by Chris Waddle, member of the correspondent. And you see that there's an individual person who shared that link, and that's why you can click on it for free. And it turns out that that little message, which comes with every link, starts people thinking, maybe I should be supporting the correspondent, and it would be cool if people were clicking on my links, because when you share something and people use it, you feel good. It's like when you give a gift to somebody and they really love it, feels good. So that's the economy that they use. They don't try to prevent anyone from accessing their journalism, which is different than a lot of pay models. There are other kinds of pay models, like very high price subscription products that sometimes cost like thousands of dollars a year or $1,500 a year for inside information for the lobbying class about what's going on in Ottawa or in Washington. And part of the value of those products is you're paying for the fact that other people don't have it, right? That's part of the value, is exclusivity. Exclusivity means you're excluded. The correspondent works in a completely different way. It's like it tries to include everyone. So I think, and there's an idealism there that's definitely powering that membership model. And I think there could be countries like Spain, like Colombia, like Italy, where it could work. And I think we're going to see attempts to make it work. Just this week, I don't know if anyone saw this, Jimmy Wales, you know who he is? He's the founder of Wikipedia. He announced a site called Wiki Tribune that is going to be run on the same principles that the encyclopedia, Wikipedia, is run on, which is contributions from the users. And he's soliciting memberships to fund journalists who would work in a sort of Wikipedia-style fashion, which is interesting. I don't know if it's going to work, but but it's very related to what the correspondent is doing. So I think we're going to see more and more experiments like this.
All right, well, that's all the time we have for questions for today, but we encourage you to go to Jay afterward to talk to him a little bit if you have any other questions that are left unanswered. Thank you so much, Jay. We appreciate you coming out today for Emerge. And we want to encourage all of our Emerge attendees and viewers at home to follow his blog, pressthink.org. It is incredible, so take a look at it. Thank you, Jay. One more time for Jay, okay? Thanks. Here we are, something from Guelph-Humber to remember you by. Thank you. Jay, come on over. They wanted to get a photo of us. Don't run away too fast. All right, that was awesome. I am so happy that we have another prize to give away, and that is our social media prize, something I never told you guys about because I was testing you all to be hashtagging the EmergeTO or hashtag Media Rehab. We have found a winner, and it is one of the best suites. Anna Perelmuter will be winning this gift basket right here. Everyone give it up for Anna. All right, the night is almost over, but all day our videography team has been working extremely hard on making a same-day edit for this conference. So, without further ado, I would like to introduce you to the same-day edit that they have worked on.